And welcome to our special 100th episode edition of First and Now. Matt Baker alongside Nick Kowalski. And as we've discussed in our regular weekly episode this week, which you can download separately, teeing up the Lions and the Blue Bombers, we are proud to deliver our 100th episode together, the two of us. The first one we ever did, recorded way back on March 11th of 2022, right, Nikki?
Correct.
Head coach Rick Campbell joined us, and going back to the BC Lions at this time, remember, there was still a little bit of uncertainty. Michael Riley had retired, perhaps maybe a year earlier than many thought he might, and everyone across the CFL was saying, why would the BC Lions give the quarterback reins to a guy like Nathan Rourke who doesn't have much experience, right? Remember those days?
Yeah, well, people found out.
Yeah, people found out, and it was so fun. It was quite short-lived. And I know this week the Nathan Rourke story is picking up steam again, and we wish Nathan all the best as he continues to latch on to an NFL team south of the border. But what we're going to do on this episode is, relive some of the best clips from guests we've had over the last 2 years. And we'll start with episode 1. Rick Campbell talked about that 2022 offseason, about the quarterback situation with Michael O'Connor in the mix as well, and of course his music taste. And we have the man, head coach, co-GM, more titles unnamed, Rick Campbell with us on First and Now, and Matt Baker alongside Nick Kowalski, or is it Adam Rita, Steve Barato? That's a great sweater you got there, by the way.
Facebook Marketplace never fails.
Oh, so the secret's out, huh?
Yeah.
For those watching, you can, turn to the camera. There you go. We didn't get that out of the way in the first segment, but that is outstanding.
I'm happy with it.
We might have to start. Let's get Bob on the horn. Might have to start reissuing that vintage. Anyway, the coach is with us, and it's funny. Him and I were talking at the beginning as we record this. I think we're 2 months out until rookie camp in Kamloops. For you, it must start to feel real.
Yeah. First off, I appreciate your title, The Man. I like that.
The Man?
Yeah, you said I'm the man. So that's one of my titles.
Well,
so I appreciate
someone else told me, so it must be true. So.
It's going to come quickly. It's you're right. We're about exactly 2 months from now. We'll be heading up the road to Kamloops, which is pretty exciting when you think about it. So this off season's definitely shorter than normal, which is a good thing for all of us, so we can get back to playing football.
Yeah, that really hits you lately that we didn't start until, July 10th a year ago, and for us still went to the end of November pretty much. But what is the process like now? I know the entire staff will be here later this month, but you're surely doing all kinds of virtual meetings and getting your playbooks and everything installed. What's that day-to-day like, Coach?
So the offense and defensive staffs meet on a regular basis on Zoom, as you said. So they've been doing that. We've also had a few CFL draft meetings. So the CFL draft is coming up quickly. So I head to Toronto. A few of us head to Toronto later this month. So we'll be doing that. It'll be good to be back at the CFL Combine. We haven't done that for 2 years. So to do that in person and see everyone again will make things seem somewhat normal again. So that's a big focus coming up is the draft. And we'll have several meetings on that. And then the draft is in, I believe it's on May 3rd. So lots of stuff coming up, and like you mentioned, the whole coaching staff will be in Vancouver here coming up in a couple weeks, and so again, that's good to be all in person again and doing things and getting ready to go.
I was going to ask about the draft too. So with it being on May 3rd, I believe the NFL draft is about a week or two before.
April 28th.
Yeah, or not even a week or two, about 5 days before. So how does that, because obviously some Canadian players get selected to the NFL draft. So I'm assuming that's something you and your staff are monitoring in advance, right?
Yeah, that's why it's so, I would call it late for us, because we're going to be going to training camp literally 10 days later from when we draft. But that's so you can kind of see how the dust settles with all the Canadian guys, as you said, on whether they get drafted or they get a free agent deal. So at least you know where they stand when you draft them. So that's been typical of the last several years. Is the CFL draft is about a week after the NFL draft.
How much do you, I guess, value the people who are the Canadians who are selected in the NFL draft? Do they kind of lose stock, or do you care about that? Or
depends on how long you want to wait for them. So in the big picture, when you're willing to draft some good players and wait on them, whether that's a year or two. A guy like, the latest examples, the local guy, Chase Claypool. If you draft him, you're really rolling the dice, but you could draft him late in the draft and kind of take a flyer on him and see what happens. But guys like him is really that's likely not happening. But there's a lot of other guys that they get free agent deals or they're drafted late, and you never know how those guys are going to work out.
Yeah, it's funny. It just adds another element to the drafting process.
It is. Actually, it's it makes it more interesting. So, and more Canadian guys are getting looked at, which is a good thing by both the CFL and the NFL. So good on the Canadian guys.
Mm-hmm. I guess ultimately it comes down to who the best fits are for the organization. And
you got to take into factor the fit of the position. But I found over time, if you get the best players, that's what's going to serve you best in the long run. So the focus is finding the best players, but then as we start ranking them and stacking our board, so to speak, as you factor in, one would be the position as far as need, and then also the things like the NFL or the other wrinkle that gets thrown into it.
Speaking of Canadian content, Nathan Rourke, Michael O'Connor, engaging in some regular sessions there in North Vancouver, and Nick was out doing some filming this week. His drone almost got damaged. That's another story for another day, but we won't say who the culprit was, but he played for Ohio University. And I believe Nathan's brother Curtis, the current starter at Ohio, part of the workouts this week as he was on spring break. But just your overall assessment of how Nathan has taken this all in, and we've had a passing of the torch with Michael O'Reilly retiring, and just your overall thoughts on that and Nathan's commitment to getting better in year 2 for him.
Yeah, the thing I like about him, which I always say, is it doesn't faze him that he's coming in here as the number one guy. His work ethic stays the same, which is that I think the ultimate compliment is he's shown up here from day one, just comes in to work hard and does his thing. And it's no different this year. He's the same guy, same attitude, all those things. And that's a good thing. And that he keeps on plugging along. So, I expect good things from him. And I was comfortable when he had to play last year, and I'll be the same this year.
Free agency overall, what excites you the most on what we were able to bring in?
Well, we got a number of guys. Number one is I liked the group of guys we had here last year, and I think we were a football team that needed to add some pieces to the puzzle, and I think we were able to do that. On the defensive side of the ball, I think we were able to add some pieces. And on the defense last year, I thought we did some good things, but I don't think we were consistent enough. We created a lot of turnovers. We made some big plays, played well in spurts, but we weren't consistent enough over time as the weeks went by. And so I think we added some pieces of the puzzle that I think are going to help solidify that part. So I'm excited about that. I'm excited about the field goal kicker. I think adding Sean Whyte was a big thing that doesn't always get talked about, but number one, he's very consistent. Also, him being Canadian helps the cause too, just with our other parts of our roster. And so I think a lot of good things happen in free agency, and guys that will come in and will line up and help us immediately.
Yeah, Sean Whyte, we have to get him on soon. He's spent a little time with him. He's
down the road in White Rock, so get him to drive on up King Edward.
Yeah, seen him posting photos of his little man cave there.
Or King George, I should say.
King George, yes.
George.
Yes,
yeah.
We knew what you meant, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's all in. Funny story about him. So free agency right after 9:00, and he came in to talk and signed the contract, and he's wearing some team issued gear, some old gear. He's like, oh, these is the first sweatpants and Lions hat Cato gave me back in 2007. Yeah. So he's sentimental and proud of his roots. That's pretty cool too.
It is good. Yeah, we don't. Guys being local is not the number one criteria for being a part of the team, being a good player is. But I think it's really great that our quarterbacks, Sean Whyte, there's other guys like Bo Lacumbo, there's several guys that are around here and guys that are in and around the Lower Mainland, which I think is a good thing for our team on and off the field.
Mm-hmm. I think one of the messages that I'm taking away from what you've been saying about the free agency acquisitions is consistency, or with what you were looking for this year. So and then if you look at the positional group that we brought in the most players to, it would be the defensive line. So what does the Stephen Richardsons, the Woody Barons, the Matthew Betts, what do they do consistently that's going to help this football team?
They are guys that can impact the game. They're, we want to add to our pass rush. The thing about defense is when the defensive line is playing well, one, stopping the run, especially on first down and turning things into second and long. And then also when you can pass rush without having to scheme everything up or blitz all the time. That's also a really good thing makes us all look good. Our whole football team look good. So we had some good pieces of the puzzle last year. Banks and Bonner and Guacham and those guys I thought were really good players, and they're going to continue to get better. So when we mix these guys in with those guys, I think it always going to make our D-line stronger.
And I guess just looking at all the players that are on the defensive line now, I think the secondary you can say the same about is that there's 7 or 8 guys that you could easily say are starter caliber players on each positional group, right? So I'm guessing training camp is going to be quite a competitive battle in those positional groups.
Yeah. So one other good thing in training camp is if there's stiff competition and hard decisions have to be made at the end of training camp, that's a good thing for the BC Lions. If it's all easy and you know everything, that means there's not enough good football players around. And I think we're going to be in the mode where we have a lot of answers, but there are going to be some tough decisions that need to be made at the end of camp. And that's a good thing for us.
Mm-hmm.
Had a few friends, loyal fans ask me, Matt, what about the O-line? What about the O-line? The bottom line is, you can correct us if we're wrong, there wasn't really many of those in free agency to target, right? People talk about some of the Americans that are coming in. We have a couple returning Canadians, guys like Sook and Peter who are in here working hard every day. What can you tell our fans about the O-line and that process starting in camp?
Yeah, that's always sure has been a hot topic of discussion around here for several years, even before I got here. Yeah. So I like our O-line. We've created, one is you're right about these guys downstairs working out. There's several of them, Neville and Fig, and the guys you mentioned. Like there's several pieces of our O-line that are working hard, which is really good to see. We've created, just with the way our roster is going to shake out, is I think we're going to have the ability to play 3 Americans on the offensive line if we want to. We'll see how that all works out, but it's good to have options. And so we'll see how that all plays out. But it's good that we have that flexibility so that we can line up the best 5 guys and away we go. And then football is a team game. Absolutely. And the better the running back plays, the better the offensive line is going to look. The better the quarterback plays, the better the offensive line is going to look, the better the receivers do. And that goes everybody. It's an interchangeable thing where we can all make each other look good by the other position groups playing well. So I'm excited about our offensive line. I'm excited about the ratio flexibility of having some options there to create competition in camp, and then we'll go from there.
And it makes the head coach look even better too. The
We all
makes everyone
look. Yeah,
we're all one. Few more minutes with Rick Campbell, and we want to have a bit of fun here too. It's been, over over 2 years since you were first hired, right? December 2019.
Yeah.
And your first season on the sidelines here was delayed. And you're and that's one thing we say to people is you're all in. You're living here full time, year round, near BC Place. What have you loved most about living in Vancouver?
I'm liking the winters better. I've lived in my time. I've lived in Calgary and Edmonton and Winnipeg, so you can figure out what January's like in those cities. So
you don't have to tell Nick about the Winnipeg winters.
I'm not missing my ice scraper or my snow shovel or things like that. So obviously, it's a beautiful place to live. For me, it's pretty neat because I'm originally from the state of Washington, so I'm a kind of a West Coast guy. So to be back in this neck of the woods, so to speak, again, is pretty cool for me personally. And obviously it's a beautiful city. And I think I can see how people could take it for granted here.
Right.
If you've lived here for many years or grew up here like you did, is, the mountains and the water and boats and all the things that are unique to Vancouver is pretty good. So, it's all in all been great. I officially moved here full time about 2 weeks before the whole pandemic started. So I've literally, my time living here has been the pandemic.
Yeah.
But I think it's been a pretty good city to live in as far as that goes, just with the weather and the options of doing things outside and all those things.
And I've told both of you this. I did live in Winnipeg for a year as a kid. Teemu Selanne's rookie year with the Jets, by the way.
So that scored like 70 goals.
So that was a good time to be living there. And I say to people, the people are fantastic.
Yeah.
And I mean that. The people are fantastic. The people who grew up there, live there, they swear by it, right? But you're right. It was an adjustment. Like, no mountains? What's going on here? But yeah, so I know you've, Nick, since you moved here, have been enjoying some outdoor spots. Any outdoor spots you want to recommend to Coach Rick? I know he's checked out a few of them, but
I haven't drifted too far away from Vancouver area, but I'd say I like the Lynn Canyon Park. I don't know if it's in North Vancouver.
Yeah, there.
I liked there. I went to Golden Ears last weekend too for the first time, so that's like a close waterfall.
Yeah. I think what people wouldn't understand, because I didn't. I visited Vancouver several times and spent time here, but that within 30 to 45 minutes, just say you're downtown Vancouver, that if you drive within 45 minutes of downtown Vancouver, the stuff you'll see, you won't see that in any other city.
You can feel
I don't know any city on earth. I mean, I know a lot about Seattle and stuff, and Seattle's a beautiful city, but you can't even do that in Seattle where you're driving to Lynn Canyon or wherever. I mean, multiple spots you can see on the ocean, or you're seeing waterfalls or mountains. I mean, it's pretty crazy when you think about it. And I did the grouse grind several times.
Yeah.
And just to be able to do that I can drive to that 20 minutes from my house. I mean, it's like, are you kidding me? That's pretty good stuff.
That's what you got to do, Nick. The grouse.
I've heard of that one. Yeah, it's
be a test.
You'll about halfway up or 3/4 of the way up, you won't think it's that great.
It's a nice leisurely walk.
You'll be wondering why you did it.
About the weather, though, it's the one thing I've been telling people here, like how lucky, like people that are from here, like not even lucky, but like how you should be like grateful for. There's no snow. It's above zero on.
There was some flurries this morning.
Yeah, that's gone in 12 hours though.
It's raining now.
Winnipeg, I know, like my parents' house back home, a lot of my friends, like their yards are like their fences are up to the top in snow right now still. So
yeah,
it's crazy.
All those are great cities, and I loved living there, and the people, like you said, are great there. But
agreed.
I always remember March and thinking, March, you're ready for spring to roll around. And I know in places like Winnipeg, today, I think it's like minus 21, and you know what I mean? It's so anyway.
Having to bundle, that was one thing my parents said, having to like bundle up just to go to the end of the driveway to get the newspaper in the morning. That's just something you never have to think about doing.
Starting your car every day to heat it up.
Yeah, exactly. Plug the car in. Yes. You're a music guy. Hear the Tom Petty blaring from The Office sometimes. What your all-time favorite artists? Is he up there?
He would be. I'm a product. You could figure out my age by knowing that I'm a product of like the late 80s and then definitely the 90s grunge and all that stuff. So that's kind of my wheelhouse of my high school and college years. So, but you're right. I'm a music fan. I would sit in my office and I would prefer to listen to music in the background as much as I can. So I'm definitely a streaming music fan. So that would be the best $10 I spend is having access to all the music I want. So definitely into that.
Lithium on Sirius XM channel 34. I think that's
a good one. Lithium's good. Yeah.
First concert.
I think it was In Excess, which is a pretty good one. So anybody who's older than 35 or 40, do you know who In Excess is?
I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Well, I know you're only 22 years old or whatever.
Anybody who's 40 or older right now should know who In Excess is. So big 80s and 90s band and a little bit ahead of their time.
Well, I'm not quite 40, but I do know In Excess. I actually saw them. I think it was Vancouver 2010 Olympics. My wife, she was my girlfriend at the time, got tickets to a medal ceremony, and they were performing. So that was kind of...
Their lead singer passed away.
Well, no, it's
the other guy.
It's not with...
He was a Canadian guy.
Yeah, with the current singer. I can't think of who it was. Yeah.
I can't say his name either, but he's actually a Canadian guy.
Yeah.
So you're right. Yeah, you're right.
So I remember, some of the memories of those Olympics are a little... but I'm pretty sure we saw In Excess.
Well, you go back to your Sirius XM and listen to 80s on 8 or something like that, and you guys should... educate yourselves on good music.
There you go.
I'll check it out.
What was your first concert?
3 Days Grace.
Oh,
at the MTS Center in Winnipeg,
or whatever it's called now. Yeah,
Canada Life Place or something. Yeah, they keep changing it. Yeah,
3 Days Grace. Not bad. I was Smashing Pumpkins.
Okay,
1997 at what was then known as General Motors Place.
That's pretty good. That's a good one for your first concert.
Yeah, they would have been touring after Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness, the famous double disc there. So that was fun. Certainly miss going to concerts the last couple of years.
No kidding. That's going to be good to have that back going.
Yeah, Nickelback on Canada Day. That might be fun.
Well, who's coming to BC Place? Is it
Def Leppard and
Motley Crue?
Who isn't coming to BC Place? Yeah, Motley. That one act is Motley Crue, Def Leppard, Joan Jett, and I'm missing someone in there. And then The Weeknd is also coming. Hey, if you're a Lions season ticket holder, you do have the pre-sale access to all those. So.
I think even like a Billie Eilish is coming soon, if I'm mistaken. Yeah, so a lot of big names.
And like I said, Nickelback on Canada Day, they're playing that.
I didn't even know that, but that sounds cool. Yeah.
You want to go? My wife won't go with me. No.
I like Nickelback. I have no shame in that.
Yeah. You like Nickelback? Don't be afraid to admit it if you do. That's okay. I know
there's a stigma, but I like them.
They actually, joking aside, they do put on a good show. I saw them in Las Vegas, took my dad for his 60th birthday a few years ago. We saw the Canucks and Golden Knights, and then Nickelback happened to be doing a residency at the Hard Rock, and it was a cool show. It was
they're Alberta guys.
Hannah, Alberta, I believe.
Is it Hannah? All right. Look at you. You got your music. We might have to have a music trivia thing going here.
Yeah, let's forget football for now.
Why are we talking football?
Yeah, why are we talking about the offensive line and the X's and O's and hey, while we got you here just for a couple more minutes, this is fun. We talked about the preparation, and other than the draft prep and camp, is that pretty much it? What else? What other areas do you have to focus on before we head to Kamloops?
Well, the playbook stuff's big, so we do a bunch of self-scouting. One thing that companies and businesses are always interested in sports, and especially football, is that we're kind of ahead of our time of self-evaluation. So we do a whole bunch of that stuff. We call it self-scouting, but it's basically looking at everything you do and seeing the good things you do and building on them and correcting the things you don't do. So that's always been a part of football for a long time. So that's a huge, huge part of how we self-evaluate ourselves. And because you got to be always evolving with the game. So that's a big focus, like I said. And then the draft's big. And then I've been working with our football ops people on planning training camp. So just making sure we got all our ducks in a row as far as practice times and meeting rooms and all that stuff. And so a lot goes into it. And if we do it right and we're prepared well, then that training camp's a fun thing. It's you get to focus on getting ready for the season. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
Awesome. Well, I know we've told Nick about how awesome Kamloops is. I think you drove through there on your way here.
No, I came underneath.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think a big part of our preparation for training camp should be, if we play music during warm-ups, as our players are stretching and stuff, that we probably should organize a good playlist.
Yes.
So that we're not screwed up on that front.
Last year, kind of flying by the seat of we found a couple good ones.
But maybe we can have a meeting about that, of putting a playlist together for training camp so that we're hitting on all the good bands.
I like it.
Sounds like a good idea.
Yeah.
Nickelback. All right, let's go.
Day one, all Nickelback.
Yes. Well, we'll do day one, we'll do anthem rock. Day two, we can do the R&B hip hop, and then we can go a Tom Petty era.
80s on 8.
We got like 19 days up there, so yeah, we could really diversify.
Yeah.
I love it. Okay, let's get on that. Thanks for this, Coach.
You betcha.
All right, Rick Campbell on First and Now. We'll wrap things up momentarily. There you go. Rick Campbell, a Pacific Northwest guy at heart. Loves Pearl Jam, loves Nirvana, and I think he said there that he loves listening to Tom Petty. So that was fun.
Remember the sweater I was wearing too in that episode?
Yeah, you were wearing your vintage.
A lot of comments on that. Over the years, I've got comments on that, so worked out.
Not a bad first guest to have either. So
no, not at all. That made sense.
Fast forward a couple of weeks to episode 3, Shaun Whyte. That was a busy offseason. Of course, the kicking situation in 2021 was not exactly stable, shall we say, and luckily we had a local boy wanting to come home, bring his career full circle, and now he's in the midst of 42 consecutive field goals made dating back to the middle of the 2023 season. But Whitey talked about his firefighting career and, of course, one of his favorite establishments, the Roxy. Lions kicker Shaun Whyte is here on First and Now. Matt Baker, Nick Kowalski. I've got Shaun's bio up. I could read off some boring things like outstanding Canadian nominee one time, outstanding special teams nominee one time. He was a Surrey Ram, lion turned alouette, turned Eskimo, turned elk, turned lion.
You forgot White Rock Titans too.
White Rock Titans, yeah. Did you play with Wally's kid there?
Yeah, Mike. That's how it all began for me. So they invited me out to practice or play with their team. I said no. I didn't want to just be a kicker because I was playing rugby and hockey and baseball, everything. But then I started watching kickers. I'm like, oh, that looks easy to kick from the middle of the field. In rugby, we kick from the sidelines sometimes. So it was actually a buddy of mine got me out to play. I played one game. And then after the game, Wally Bono came over. He goes, you have power. You just need technique. You kick like a rugby player. So he invited me up to start practicing with the Lions when I was 18 years old.
So that's your Wally impression?
Yeah, don't get me started with those.
Well, you were here too when Paul McCallum was here too.
Yeah, I backed up Paul for like 4 or 5 years. But I just knew my role was to get better, and I was a development guy. And then I actually got an opportunity. I think it was 2009, and I played 12 games because he got really badly hurt on one hit. I think he broke his wrist and a shoulder and an ankle. I don't know. It was all sorts of things. So I got to play for 12 weeks, but it was perfect for me because I got thrown in the fire and then taken out at the right time. I wasn't ready yet at that time as, I was like 23 years old or something, 24. So I was still into my development stages at that time. But it was a great experience. Learned a lot from a lot of mistakes.
Well, I would say you didn't exactly do anything to warrant getting moved out of here. Kind of, you were like a player of the week or something that first year, were you not?
I can't remember how it all went down, but it was just pretty much when I was here, Wally said, he goes, I don't care. You could kick 100-yard field goals and have a 150-yard punt average. Paul McCallum's still going to be your starter here or my starter here. And I'm like, I get it, man. That's Paul McCallum. He's a Hall of Fame kicker, and I know my role, and my role was just to get better. So, I did well for a few games. I won, what was it, Gibson's Finest Player of the Week at that time.
There you go.
And you win like a little Mickey of rye or something like that. I missed that.
Safe ride home, everyone.
Yeah. So no, I did well. But again, I was kind of fading. I was getting tired, and it was also I was learning how to be a pro on and off the field. Mm-hmm. So again, I was young, so I learned a lot. I learned a lot how to be a pro that year.
It's funny. Our general manager Neil McAvoy, he still refers to the player awards as the Shenley Awards.
Yes.
Right. I guess even before our time, certainly before Nick's time, that was the alcohol sponsor of the era, so to speak. So it's funny. You mentioned Paul. This is 2007, 2008. You kind of start making a name for yourself, and Paul McCallum ended up kicking here until 2014. Mm-hmm. Went back, so you're like pretty much almost another decade of Paul McCallum. So as it turned out, you had to go somewhere else to establish yourself as an impact kicker in this league. And what was that process like?
It was a weird time because, at that time when you're young, you feel like you're ready and you're like, I want to play. And I knew how it all worked. If you play junior football in a province, you are owned by that CFL team. Territorial exemption. Yeah. So Wally knew that, and he used it, and I would too if I was in his situation, to almost hide that player. And so I don't have to go through the draft, and potentially he could lose me to that draft. So he did all the right things for him and the BC Lions, but he also at the same time where I thought he wasn't doing the right things for me, I look back, he did all the right things for me. Everything was a stepping stone. When I first started practicing with the Lions, I wasn't allowed in the locker room at first. I had to go put on my cleats on outside. Then he goes, okay, you're allowed inside. So I was just allowed just inside the wall now. And then another time he came out with a number 6 jersey and gave it to me. It was actually Javier Glatt's jersey at the time. So I had a Javi Glatt practice jersey on. And then I think it took me almost all season. Eventually I got a locker next to Paul's, right next to the equipment room. So it was all a stepping stone. And then I'm like, I want to play. You got to play me or trade me type of thing. And I know Winnipeg wanted me, and they knew about me because I'd played at this point. I think it was like 2008, 2009. I played some preseason games, but he wouldn't trade me at all. And then when I thought there was times that he could trade me, he would hide me in the roster somewhere, so I couldn't get taken. So then I remember it was 2011, and the draft was happening, and it was that moment I was talking to my agent. He goes, if you're going to go anywhere, it's going to be now in this draft. And I'm like, well, what's going on? And right at that moment, he goes, okay, it just happened. I don't even know what happened. It was like BC had to pass on a player from Montreal I can't remember what it was. And he goes, it happened. I'm like, what happened? And he goes, expect a call. And as soon as he says that, Neil's name comes on my phone. And I'm like, hey, here it is. And Neil goes, hey, we traded you to Montreal. If you need anything, let me know. And I'm like, well, what's wrong with you? He goes, well, we could have gotten more. and he was mad. And we got a first-round draft pick. And so I got traded for a lot. But then I'm like, and then Wally called me and he goes, I know you want to go to Winnipeg. I know you wanted to go there and play. But he goes, I wanted you to do the right steps. I wanted you to be ready. If you went to Winnipeg, it's the graveyard for kickers at that time at, what was it? What's that? Canada Inns?
Canada Inns.
Oh, my goodness. It was tough to kick there. And he just said, he goes, you go there, you have one bad season, your career is over. Now you're going to Montreal, where I spent my whole career with a great organization. You're going to be successful, and I'm going to sit here and watch you become a Hall of Fame kicker in Montreal. And I got chills even saying that, because right when he said, I'm like, wow, now I see his master plan and what he wanted to do with me. And he did it. He got something for the BC Lions, and he also created my future, which was awesome. And I still thank him. He doesn't want me to thank him. Get out of here. So, yeah. But he's awesome. I owe Wally a lot, even though he won't let me pay him back. But he's phenomenal at what he does. He's done it for many players and many people just off the side. What he does in the community is phenomenal.
Mm-hmm. And then just to get this correct, so you went from having Paul McCallum, a legend kicker in BC, then you went to Montreal, and it wasn't a legend kicker. Maybe was Damon Duvall still there, or was that right after Damon Duvall?
They didn't pick him up that year. That's why they wanted me.
Gotcha.
But then they signed Sandro DeAngelis a week before camp. So Sandro was also one of the most accurate kickers in CFL history at that point.
So was that a battle in camp?
He thought it was.
But the legend I was going to bring up was you played with Anthony Calvillo right? At the end of his career too, right?
Yeah.
So any memories of Anthony that stick out?
Anthony, he just he's a guy you got to watch and learn from. He is a true pro and a true beauty of a person. Like, he's just such a good guy. He's not someone that's going to go out of his way and talk, or whatever. But if you go up to him and ask him, and you're respectful, he'll help you. I remember in one year I was having a really rough time in the season, and we had a coach at the time I wasn't really having a good time with either, and he could see it. And this coach was affecting a lot of players, but specifically me. And he took me off to the side. He goes, I know you don't get it right now, but what you're going through right now happens to a lot of great players, and this will make you stronger. I know it doesn't make any sense, but it'll make you stronger. And I look back at that, I'm like, holy crap, okay, it made me way stronger. If I can deal with that guy, I can deal with anybody. And I was successful that year. I should have been up for an all-star, or I think I was. Can't remember. I'm so old.
Anthony, I just want to interject a little bit. Anthony, you're so right. Anthony Calvillo, outstanding individual.
Yeah, he was awesome.
Great player, obviously. Rewrote the record books up here, but very quick story. So around the time I breaking into the radio business, working at what was then Team 1040, was producing a show, and the Alouettes were in town to play the Lions. This would have been 2008.
Okay.
Right?
Yep.
So, okay, I got my years mixed up. Were you there yet in 2000? Or you were still here in 2000?
In 2008, I was a practice roster player here.
Yeah. So it was really going back then. So I remember reaching out to the Montreal Alouettes communications person at the time. Say I'm producing the evening show with Blake Brice, and can we any chance we can have Anthony call in the show?
Heck yeah.
And to his credit, the gentleman emailed me back, says, well, why don't you just come to walkthrough practice? You can get him yourself, kind of thing. I'm thinking, okay. So that was kind of one of my first, holy shit, pardon my language, moments that I'm in this media business. I'm at the turf, the old turf at BC Place, pre-renovations.
Oh, man.
It's a walkthrough practice. The Lions, back in those days, the Lions would practice first, then the visitors would come in. It was an actual media event.
Oh, yeah.
Like, we'd have microphones set up like this, and there'd be an actual press conference, right?
Yep.
Just kind of shows you how the state of the day-to-day, newspaper and television coverage locally in every market, not just here, has changed. But it's like, man, I'm standing at midfield at BC Place talking one-on-one to the man who will eventually become pro football, Canadian football's all-time leading passer. That was just like, holy.
Yeah.
He could not have been more gracious.
He's a phenomenal player. And even when you look back at if you ever look way back when he first started, I think he was with Hamilton. And did you ever see all that?
It actually came in with Las Vegas.
Oh, is that what it was? So he went Vegas, right. Hamilton, and then Montreal. But you look at that, he wasn't successful. He had to go. He had to learn how to lose, how to make mistakes, and that was it. And it's all the greats. If you can get through that stage without getting cut and whatever, people at least trust you and bring you back. Because I went through that. I've been cut. I've been traded, and I've been like even here. I wasn't successful. I felt like I could have been better, but I went through so much. I made so many mistakes, but I was at least given an opportunity to come back and rectify those mistakes. As best I could say that. But it's been it's pretty crazy his career, what he went through. He made a lot of mistakes. He was almost scared out of Hamilton, and then he lands in Montreal with Trestman, and their bond together with the way they work was absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, they're both on the same wavelengths. Their offensive capabilities together was kind of scary.
Almost kind of like an Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes situation, where the head coach is an offensive wizard, and they just click, and they have the same philosophy.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I guess the next stop of your career would be Edmonton.
Yeah.
So I was just talking about this before you came in, actually. So I'm a Winnipeg boy.
Oh, God.
And in 2015, I got...
He said can't hold that against him. He's wearing Lions colors.
There we go.
But in 2015, my birthday's on October 1st. And October 3rd, you guys are in to play the Bombers. And my gift...
this day.
Yeah. I imagine you will remember this day, because my birthday gift is some like prime tickets, right, like 55-yard line. And I think Winnipeg was up 23-21 with about 30 seconds left. And it's, wow, Winnipeg is going to beat Edmonton. And then I guess I maybe forgot that Edmonton had Mike Raleigh and Sean Whyte.
Well, they were up by 9 at one point. And then we had, I think it was like a minute and 20 seconds left. But Liram he missed 5 field goals that day. He hit the upright 3 times and missed 2, just outright. And then
made up for it.
And on the last one, I told my long snapper Ryan King, I'm like, if he misses this, we could win this game. And he missed it. And then we stormed down the field, get a touchdown, and I'm like, oh no, now we got to make a game winner. And then but this time, like when I left Montreal that year, I was checked out. I was done. I was going to retire. I had another job lined up, and when Trestman left, it took all the love of the game away from me. With what we were going through out there's no detail to what we did. It wasn't a fun atmosphere to be a part of, and I was done. And then Edmonton picked me up, and actually they asked me to be on the PR, and I said no. And I'm like, I'm not going. I got a job. But my dad convinced me, just go finish the season. So I said yes to be on the practice roster. An hour later, they call me back, go, can you be here today? I'm like, why? What's going on? Grant Shaw went out and tore his calf right after I said yes. So boom, now I'm the starter. So now I'm like, okay, I'm still kind of checked out. And a team never really allows you in to their pack unless you do something. So I think that was the third game I was with them. And so now we're at that point where we're down by now 2 with no time on the clock. Yeah. And they get me to the 53-yard line. And I think my career long at that point was 52. And there was a slight wind against me. And I just said, whatever, I got nothing to lose. So I swung for the fence. And right when I hit it, I'm like, that's in. And if you watch me, I don't want to pre-celly because I pre-celly in golf all the time with a putt and it rims out or something. Oh, yeah. So I just held it, and then it went in. But right at that moment, I'm like, okay, I love football again. This is what it's all about. And I'm part of a team and an organization that was all love about football, and it was so much fun. But yeah, I remember, never forget that day because that was one of the biggest days of my life because it resurrected my whole career.
Yeah, right down the middle too.
Oh, it was a sweet one. It was a sweet one. I knew right away it was in right when I hit it. I'll never forget the sound that it made off my foot.
So Edmonton is where you really established yourself as a go-to clutch kicker. We mentioned some of the accolades off the top. You became a Grey Cup champion in that 2015 year yourself. And I talked to Mike Riley about this, and he said the first hurdle was getting through Calgary that year, right?
Yeah.
And I had conversations with Mike about this. You guys finished first in the West. You beat Calgary in a back-and-forth Western final. Mm-hmm. And the way he explained it to me was, it's like, holy, we got to reset now. I mean, that felt like our Grey Cup, but it wasn't our Grey Cup. And Rick Campbell and the Ottawa Red Blacks were the ones standing in your way at the end. But just your whole memories of that process and finally becoming a champion.
And for me that year, I got there right before the Labor Day Classic game. So yeah, I get thrown. They didn't know what was going on with Grant, so I didn't know if I was going to play. I went out into team meeting that day, the first one. No one said anything. So I go out to practice. I'm like looking around, where's Shaw? And I just, okay, I'm the only one here. So I just jumped into the starting role and no one said anything until the walkthrough day. Like, you're playing tomorrow. I'm like, yeah, no kidding. And so that first game we had James Franklin in as quarterback. Mike was still hurt.
Correct.
So we lost that game. And it was it was a big blow to us because we went in confident. And then the next game we had Mike back now. And then we just killed them. I thought we could have just smoked them by even more. I felt like the refs were a little tough that day, but
don't want to get you fined. No fines. You're good, yeah. No fines.
But the way Mike looked and the way he was just came back 100%, and I know they kind of had some kicking woes, and then they could kind of see that I was kicking well, so I felt like the whole team now was like, we got everything checked off the box. We got everything we need. Everyone knows their role, and then we just won 12 straight, and it was again one of the most fun teams I've ever been a part of. I can't say like, yeah, there's no Odell Willis, Darius Bowman, but if you look throughout the whole team, there's no real like stars to me anyway. But it was a bunch of guys that we would go practice together, but then we're going to go have some beers after, and then we're going to go win, and then we're going to go party together. But like even on my birthday, I've been on the team for a couple weeks. I had my birthday at Hudson's on Whyte Ave. Of course, on my street.
Why not?
And then I walk in and I was with Andrew Jones, who's an ex-BC Lion.
Correct.
And I walked in, I'm like, everybody's here. He's like, not just everyone. Mike Riley's here right now. Mm. The whole entire team was at my birthday. Like, I've never been on a team that does that. Usually it's very cliquey, you know. Yeah. You hang out during practice, but everyone goes their own way.
Position groups.
But it was everybody. It was unbelievable. And that was our team. And then we had the bye week going. We had, so we won, we were first in the West. And now we had a bye week the last game of the year, and we had a bye week because we were first in the West. We had 2 weeks, so we all went to Banff. And we all just partied for like a week straight together. But that bond with that team was so unbelievable. We'd be down by 3 or 7 going into the fourth quarter. We're like, oh, we got these guys. And our defense was to the point where if it's snowing, windy, hailing, whatever, they're like, yes, now we got these guys, because they were a grimy group of defensive players that wanted that. They wanted to be miserable for the other team, and they made it miserable for them. It was awesome.
That's a great story.
Yeah.
And now I guess we're in 2022.
Yeah.
You're back to being a BC Lion. So like, you came in to sign that contract.
Yeah.
Can you talk about that feeling?
It was phenomenal. I was kind of, again, during like the whole process of contracts and stuff like that, I kind of caught wind that it was a good chance here, but I never, you know how things go. You never want to, like, I never want to say I'm a Lion until I actually sign that paper. Things can change. And, but obviously my family kind of knew, and they were all kind of getting excited. And once I got the news that this was actually happening, my agent called me and said, it's all done. Just got to go in and sign it. And I was just so excited, man. Like, I grew up here. I grew up wearing BC Lions gear my whole life. I watched Louis Pasaglia, the Fluties play. Like, yeah, those, like, I remember going to those games. So when I put this on, it feels comfortable. Like, this is what I've been wearing. And to be a part of the team that I grew up watching is a dream come true. As a kid, you know how you play sports, you're like, oh, no time on the clock, 3, 2, 1, you got to hit that shot or something. I've always wanted to do it here. I wanted to be a Canuck. I wanted to be, well, the closest thing for baseball is Mariners, but I was a bat boy for the Mariners. You saw that on my head. You
saw your Twitter photo, yeah.
But I was always, I just support my local team so much. I'm so heavy into sports. I'm so competitive. I just wanted to play for my local team. So BC Lions and Canucks were my hugest teams. Even Vancouver Canadians, I went to their games all the time. So to be a part of this team is my dream come true. And my family's so excited. And it's also a good time for me in my career. I'm 36 years old. I know I could play till I'm 45 if you guys wanted me for that long. But
Tom Brady can do it.
TB12 method just popped in my head.
He's a freak. But I do want to do other things in my life. I want to do the firefighting thing. So right now I'm in the process of White Rock Fire to be an auxiliary firefighter. So I got my physical on the 3rd, and then hopefully, well, I'm going to do both, hopefully, if I get in. So I do trainings on Tuesday nights. So for me and my career after football, it's huge for me to be here, but to be a BC Lion is my dream come true. To actually be the starter for once and not the rookie backup kicker behind McCallum is such an awesome feeling. I get chills when I think about it, and I'm home. It's so nice to be back in White Rock and just, around my friends and my family. And it's just fun. You see all my friends out there like, oh, I'm getting season tickets now. And I work for Dynamic Rescue too. And all those guys are, the business wants to get season tickets. And my girlfriend works for Anytime Fitness. So she's getting a sponsorship thing going on or something like that. I don't know. But just things are happening now where if I'm anywhere else, it's kind of just me and football, where now I can start doing other things for after football, and also my family and friends can enjoy this as well.
McCallum just texted me. He's thinking about coming to Kamloops and picking.
That's good. Yeah. So, come out.
He might have to.
He can shag for me.
Game.
He can shag for me.
Firefighting, was that always your post-football plan?
Yeah, actually, my dad's a firefighter. He was a 31-year vet in Delta.
Okay. Yeah.
So ever since I was a little kid, I would put on his turnout gear and spray the house down with a hose in the front lawn. And I've just always been a part of that lifestyle, is what it is. You're in a family with other people. I want to say fraternity, but there's women and men and everyone's working together. Just to be a part of that atmosphere is just like being in the locker room. And it was the easiest transition for me. Even what I do with Dynamic Rescue, you go in, you're just messing around, talking crap with the boys, and it's just so much fun. It's just it's been an easy transition, and it's something I'm passionate about. To me, it's not work. It's like football. It's like I come out here and have a good time. It is what it is. I know I'm going to make mistakes. I'm going to learn from it. And same thing with fire is I know I'm going to make mistakes. I'm going to learn from it. But to me, it's not a job. It's a passion, and it's fun working with tools and getting dirty and just being a guy. It's just a lot of fun.
And I guess if anybody follows you on Instagram too, I think they can see that you're living it up back home here too. I remember you went to a Canucks game like front row right after you signed here.
Yeah, that one was. Yeah. I knew a guy. Actually, I bought some Ticketmaster tickets, but they for some reason canceled them last second. So I don't know what to do. So a buddy of mine he's actually a professional poker player, Greg Mueller. And he goes by FBT, Full Blown Tilt. So I messaged him. I know he's got some hookups for tickets somewhere. So he got me with a guy, and to talk to a guy, and I actually met him a couple times, and he actually was wearing a G-Roy jersey when I called him. He sent me a picture of that. I'm like, I gotta get you an up-to-date jersey of mine. But he just said, where do you want them? I just said, I don't care. Anywhere like in the middle. I don't need front row. He goes, okay, here you go. Same price for everything. It was front row. I'm like, wow. But for me, I've gone to a lot of sporting events. I've been front row, but I'd rather be like, row 5 or 6.
Agreed, yeah.
But it was cool for the girlfriend. It was Valentine's Day, so she could at least sit there and watch. And she sat down. She's like, this is awesome. It was a lot of fun. We went go-karting at Fast Tracks. I think it was in Langley as well.
Wow.
Yeah, we had a day. And then I went to the casino. That's mostly for me. But no, we had a good time. We met up. And then again, like just being home and going downtown, it's so funny. You run into all the same faces. I haven't been downtown in years. I really wanted to go to Roxy, but didn't make it. They weren't open yet.
I'm sure they're Sean Whyte and the Roxy circa 2007, 8. You and the likes of Iraqi probably going in there.
What the heck? Yeah, you're name drop. That's my crew. It was me, Iraqi, John Hammeister, Reese.
I remember.
Sean,
I remember your social media feeds around those days. Man. Don't you worry.
Well, I was kicking last year in our first game of the season when we came to BC. Was it the first game? I can't remember. First game here. And I'm kicking in my net, and I hear Sean Whyte, and I look over, and it's Sasha, the bartender from Roxy.
Boy. Yeah,
and he still has the jersey I gave him back in 2009. And he's like, "You're still kicking?" I'm like, "Wait a minute, you actually didn't mean to sit right here with my jersey on? You didn't know I was going to be here? Like, what are the odds?" So it was just so funny. He's like, "Come to Roxy, have some drinks." And I couldn't make it out after the game, but whatever. But it's just funny. He's running the same faces. It's just so much fun. Even walking in the locker room, like. Just the way I left it. It's like coming home. My mom left my room just the way I left it.
Yeah, recovering, I speaking from experience, I know Nick hasn't had the pleasure yet, but recovering from the Roxy in your mid to late 30s isn't quite as easy as
you gotta pick
22,
yeah, you gotta pick and choose your battles. I remember coming in here with Iraqi, and Wally would look at us and go, "Oh, the night owls are here," or something like that. But I'm 36 now, so yeah, like you said, if I get hungover, I'm hungover for a week now. So only on bye weeks now where I'll have some drinks.
Maybe training camp if there's a morning off or something. But anyway, before we're out of here, TJ Lee offered you your old number 6.
Yeah.
You're sticking with 10, right? Which is what you had in Edmonton.
Nope.
No.
I had it here.
You had it. Oh, yeah. Sorry, you had it here the first time.
Yeah.
But there's a story behind that.
Yeah.
Bure.
I love Pavel. That was my guy, man. Like the 93, 94 Canucks, or even 93, 94 Blue Jays, like those years for sports was so phenomenal.
So good.
And I could name everybody on that team. I had Cliff Ron, Jeff Courtnall, Russ Courtnall, even what is Kay Whitmore, Dana Merzen, Murray Craven. I could go on, Dave Babicher, Kay Lume, but I know all of them. But Bure was my favorite. The Russian Rocket. I don't know, man. That's just always been my guy. So when I got to be a BC Lion, that's the closest thing I'll ever be to a Canuck. So I want Pavel Bure's number 10. And I always loved number 10. I was number 10 in rugby as a fly half as well. But every time I never had a choice for a number, I was given number 6. It was so weird. Wally gave me number 6 for my first practice jersey. In soccer, I was playing competitive soccer. I didn't get to choose. I got number 6. Then I went to Montreal and I wanted, they didn't have number 10 available, but I'm like, can I get number 12? Because it was my mom's number. But now Sandro came in and took number 12. So they just gave me number 6. So then I get to Edmonton, 6 was there for me. So no, but then I come here and TJ Lee goes, he just reached out of nowhere. He goes, "Hey man, I want you to be comfortable. You can have your number 6. I'm like, that is, first of all, unbelievable respect. Like, I can't believe I don't need that respect. I'm a kicker, but but for him to do that, what a team guy. And I haven't met him yet personally, which is again amazing that he would do that. But it just goes to show, even the guys I've met already, they seem like awesome guys. It seems like a crew that's all on the same page. People already know their roles, and even just talking to guys like Pearson and those other guys, they are so bought in to whatever Rick is coaching. I haven't seen it yet, but I can't wait. But they love Rick. What I've got from Rick is I love him already. He's such a guy's guy. And yeah, I can't wait to meet TJ. I owe him some beers, that's for sure.
Awesome. Could talk football with Whitey all day long.
One of my favorite stories, and I've told this to several people now, is I got the birthday tickets I got in Winnipeg back in 2015. Sean Whyte, ironically, is not feeling so hot about his career, and he comes in and nails a 55-yarder to win the game on the last play of the game, right in my face. But all in good love now. It's great to have Sean on our side.
Indeed it is. He's Mr. Reliable, for sure. Episode 7, we're getting closer and closer to the regular season, and we recorded this episode down at the Wall Center, of course, the Sekeres and Brice podcast, gracious host to us at various times over the last couple of years, and you can catch a weekly Lions guest with Sekeres and Brice, of course. Nathan Rourke reminisced about his time with the Ohio Bobcats, and of course, an interesting tryout he had with, ironically, the New York Giants, who wanted to see him at receiver. And we have the man, BC Lions quarterback Nathan Rourke, draft pick in 2020. Nathan, sir, thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me. This is awesome.
Yeah, it's good. We'll start off by doing a little reminiscing. I mean, recording this on a Tuesday, CFL draft going later tonight. Your BC Lions, by the way, for those listening, on the clock at number 3 as of right now. But Nathan, 2 years ago, 2020 was kind of crazy times, right? I mean, in the midst of the pandemic shutdown, not knowing what the future was going to hold, but that draft was kind of one of the first normal events we got to take part in, even though it was all virtual. But what do you remember about that night and getting the call that you were going to become a Lion?
Yeah, I remember it being a very stressful couple of days. The NFL draft had just happened, and I had gone the entire couple of days without hearing my name, and then had gone the following week, I believe, without getting a call from an NFL team after that. So, when things went about as well as they could have with the CFL draft, going to a spot like BC and going into a situation where there was a veteran guy in Mike Riley to be able to learn and a place to be able to compete to be the second guy, that was really the best scenario. And so that was really refreshing and encouraging to be able to land in a spot and at a franchise with such a winning background like BC and good ownership or good, not at the time it didn't, but at the time, they had the front office was all in it was just a good organization all the way around. So it was really good to land there, and it was good to be around family and to have their support through all of that, and just breathe a sigh of relief because at least somebody wanted me.
Who was it that called you? Was it G-Roy at that time?
It was Coach Campbell. Coach Campbell
nice.
Called me. I think someone tried to call me before and couldn't get through for one reason or another. So I ended up being Coach Campbell as the first person I spoke to.
And over the next few days, it was me blowing up your phone with texts with all your various requests and media obligations. So you kind of got a glimpse of that starter life at that point, which was nice too, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, I know that you always treat everyone with starter-esque hospitality. So just getting that from you was pretty cool.
There you go.
Well, hey Nathan, I know the NFL didn't come calling your name in the draft, but I think I read somewhere online that you worked out for the New York Giants as a receiver. Is that true?
I did. You read correctly.
So can you just what do you remember from that day? Like,
it wasn't a day.
To do anything?
It wasn't a day. It was a couple of days. I went to in last year. I was invited to come out and to rookie minicamp with the New York Giants. So in 21, and we went into it. My agent and I and the GM, who my agent and the GM were close and had gone back a couple of years. I thought that I was gonna go in as a quarterback and maybe take some reps as in some quarterback run scenarios, which is something that I had done in college. And so obviously jumped at the opportunity of just working out at a pro day. It went well. at Ohio, and was looking forward to this opportunity. And then when I got there, they said, "Hey, Coach Judge has made the decision to move you to receiver." And I hadn't taken any receiver snaps in my entire life before that, and I was working out in the room with their number 1 overall draft pick, Kadarius Toney. So it was just a huge waste of time on both ends. I'm not going to stand here and tell you that anybody that I'm going to fool anybody with my blazing speed. That's just not who I am. I certainly couldn't compete with the guys that they had in the room. Certainly not with Kadarius Toney. And they didn't allow me to put my best foot forward. I just started working with Rob Williams. My mechanics and my ball velocity had changed drastically, and I didn't get to throw a ball in front of them. And so I was really disappointed with the whole thing, how it turned out. But when that staff and that organization cleared house, it made me feel a little bit better.
Mm-hmm. And you just mentioned Rob Williams. I've tagged along on a couple of your throwing sessions with Rob. So, and I've seen firsthand just how much you value his coaching and how much he believes in you. So, can you just talk about the relationship you have with Rob Williams and what he's helped you on these last 2 years now, really, right?
Yeah, and I first of all appreciate you doing that. I think he's a vital part of both Mike and I's preparation in the off season, and just in terms of our football career. So it's great to have him get the recognition that he deserves. But yeah, Rob's grown to be a very close friend of mine. He's been able to help me exponentially in terms of my growth and my development as a quarterback. I look back at even the pro day that I did, leading up to the 2020 draft. And I see a very, very different player. I see a less explosive player. I see a less confident player. And someone who I don't think would ever had the chance to, do what I've done to this point. Not saying I've done a lot, but I don't think I even would have got through camp, before I met him. And so just from a confidence standpoint, he's given me the confidence to think that I can make every throw, because he's been able to show me that I can make every throw, and to be able to see that is pretty cool. And so I'm having a blast just knowing that we haven't even hit our full potential, and I'm looking forward to continuing to work with him and lean on his knowledge.
Mm-hmm. You got quite a bit of CFL guys out there too, right? I know Michael O'Connor, your teammates, joined you out there, but you've also had, I believe, Johnny Augustine, I think I've seen out there.
Yep.
Is that correct? Yeah.
Yep. There's so many people, and my brother Curtis will be back on Friday, so he'll be working with him next week. And there's guys from all over the country. There was a bunch of guys from U of T. I think they had the entire quarterback room from U of T was working with him at one point. Guys from Manitoba, your neck of the woods there, Nick. Was it Des, quarterback from? Yeah, he's been there. He's brought a whole crew of his guys there. There's a real opportunity to. And then we had Braden Leonis. I'm missing his last name, but from Saskatchewan, who's now with the Atlanta Falcons. We had him out. I don't know if you guys know who I'm talking about, but
yeah, I think he shortened his last name to just Lennius, right?
Lennius. Before. Yeah. My apologies.
Yeah. No, you had it.
Yeah, Braden. He's been out, and it's been. I mean, just the amount of people that he's been working with, and then that's only the people in person. Everyone else he's working with virtually, right? So there's a story to be told about him. We're just waiting for TSN to jump on it.
Oh, I'm sure Farhan's got that on his list. Don't worry. You mentioned your brother Curtis. He was out here at one point with you, and you said he's coming back. Yep. He's going to be starting for the Bobcats this year, I believe. How proud does that make you to see him following in your footsteps? And are you worried that your records are in jeopardy with Curtis going there?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm worried because I know he's capable of doing it. I don't know how close he'll get to some of the rushing things that I did, but I definitely think that he'll far surpass some of the things I did in the air. He's a much more polished quarterback in terms of throwing the ball than I was at his age and his stage of his career. And I'm super proud of everything that he's done. He's had a really good spring. He just came off of spring ball. He's the clear-cut number one guy this year, which is great. And I just hope that the coaches are giving him every opportunity to be the type of quarterback that he's going to be. He's going to be. They're not trying to continue to do things that are meant for someone like myself. And they're continue to let him throw the ball around and spread the ball around the field and take the next step towards a MAC championship. And I think he's the guy to do it. So I'm really looking forward to watching him this year.
Yeah, I think your rushing accolades are safe, some 2,000 plus yards on the ground there, but wanted to focus a bit on your time as a Bobcat. Of
Sure.
course, that's kind of where you really made a name for yourself on an international level, so to speak, being in the United States. But what were some of your great memories about being a Bobcat, Nathan?
Yeah, I mean, so many great teammates, so many great memories. It's hard to pick a couple, but I know what I'm most proud of is the fact that we won 3 consecutive bowl games in 17 through 19, every single year that I was there, and just a testament to continued excellence throughout the program, and the ability just to finish the season. We had some seasons in 18 and 19 that I mean, I guess you could say all of them were disappointments in our eyes. We didn't make the MAC championship. We were in the driver's seat the last couple of weeks, but we lost it. But it didn't phase the team in terms of the way we wanted to finish. We took care of what we needed to take care of in the bowl game, and sometimes those are hard. Sometimes at the end of the year, you have a couple of practices and a lot of time, and maybe sometimes too much time, free time, and you're in a cool place. You're in Frisco, Texas, or you're in the Bahamas, or you're in Idaho, and you got a lot of time to explore. But we came together as a team and got the job done, no matter how messy it might have looked. So I was proud of that, and I was proud to be a part of some really quality teams that did a lot of cool things. And yeah, I look back on those 3.5 years favorably.
How describe for those that might not be as familiar your path to Ohio? You had moved from Ontario to Alabama, was it?
Yeah, it's quite the journey.
Talk about that process, Nathan.
Yeah, so I mean, it was been a goal of mine to play professionally, specifically in the NFL for a very long time, since I was a kid. And when I got to high school, my parents and I got together and tried to come up with a plan in order to do that. And we thought that the best way to do that would be to try to go and play in the Division I level. And that just was very difficult to do if you were playing in Canada at the time. I think one of the things that's great right now, it's just a little bit of a sidebar, but one of the things that's great right now is that doesn't seem to be the case anymore. A lot of kids are getting recruited from Canada. But
Right.
at the time that I was going to school, that didn't really seem to be an option. And there had been kids like Michael O'Connor who had gone down to prep schools from Canada before, and that seemed like the likely path for me. So we tried to do that. Got in contact with the coach in Alabama, and got a chance to play my senior year in Alabama, hopefully to get a little bit more recruiting, or get recruited a little bit more by some coaches there, being in their backyards and going to camps, and be able to shake their hands in person and stuff like that. And yeah, it's a great experience. Had a lot of success. We won a state championship, and at the time had the nation's longest winning streak of 73 games in a row. But it just didn't happen the way that we thought it would. So we were, not to jump ahead of you there, Baker, but after that I was off to JUCO. I went to junior college at Fort Scott Community College, which is in the same conference as Independence, which was featured in season 3 of Last Chance U on Netflix. So I was playing in that conference, and from there got a scholarship offer to Ohio. So not the most conventional route, but wouldn't trade it for anything in the world.
You mentioned the Canadian talent that's been going over to America, whether it's the college level or even the NFL level now. I mean, we've seen Chase Claypool. It seems like John Mechie from Alabama is going to go in the NFL too. Why do you think that is right now with even yourself and O'Connor too? Do you think it's just better overall athletes, or do you think there is just more opportunity now for Canadians?
Yeah, I think little by little, I think that people were able to get rid of the narrative that, you know, Canadians can't play ball down here, right? I think, certain players have been able to make their mark in the Division 1 space and at the professional level, and they've been able to collapse that narrative, and enough players, it makes people think twice about things. And I think that the biggest thing is that they've been able to um, get recruited to Division 1 schools, and they're getting coaches to be able to come up and take time out of their day to come up to Canada, and or people are moving down to the United States earlier in their high school career. That was the mistake that I made. We didn't know any better. We didn't know any better. We would have loved to have gone down for longer than just my senior year. But some kids are going down a lot earlier. They're allowing coaches to get to know them and their families and see them grow and develop at high school, and then feel comfortable enough to offer them earlier than their senior year. And that's an important part of the recruiting process. And then you couple that together with the success of other Canadians in the league, and there's too many to name, but I think that that's been the reason for it, and I'm happy to see it. I really am. I think that the game is growing, and we're certainly it's certainly cool to see all the names, the Canadian names that are taking over the NFL and the Division 1 space. So it's cool.
For sure. And this might be a good segue to your professional playing days. But one thing I believe I remember you telling me in one of our car rides to North Vancouver is that prior to you playing at BC Place, you had never played an indoor football game, correct?
That's correct. Yeah. Hopefully, you don't remember too much. You're not going to share too much from those car rides, because I do think that I forgot that I was getting filmed a couple of times during that conversation.
Well, if you want, yeah, I know we talked about soccer, tennis too. You can go into that, I believe, on public record. But that's got to be a quarterback's dream, though, right? Playing indoors.
Yeah, I mean, I've liked it so far. It's been great. Yeah, I mean, the only other opportunity that we had to play inside was the MAC championship is played at Ford Field in Michigan, where the Lions play, and so that was always the goal, was to play in an indoor stadium. And yeah, unfortunately, it didn't play out that way. But it's been great to play indoors in BC. I think that all Grey Cups should be played there.
You don't like the elements outside? Come on.
I think it's great. I think it's great, but I think that
I'm just
fair. It's an even playing field,
You're totally right. You're totally right. I mean, well, both Nick and I were in Hamilton December 12th, and it's all everyone was talking about was the wind. Who's the wind in the fourth quarter. I had never heard the wind. I mean, we were at the game, but just monitoring social media, I'd never ever heard the wind talked about so much in a football game.
What was it, the Saturday before? So I believe that would be December 11th. It was like plus 15 and sunny. It was the wildest week.
So
yeah, I remember looking online and seeing the people talking about how warm it was. I guess that's just Ontario for you.
That's definitely Ontario. Yeah, I mean, all roads lead to Regina for the Grey Cup, 109th edition. That's our goal, to get there. I know you'll love perhaps being there outside in November, but a lot has to happen first. We are exactly 1 week away from driving up to Kamloops.
Oh, wow.
Training camp 2022. And Nathan, how much do you look forward to this one? I mean, last year we had the protocols, a lot of uncertainty with, Mike didn't end up throwing a lot of balls, as we remember, just basically because of the elbow. But now you know your place, and it's going to feel a lot more normal in 2022. What's your excitement level at right now?
Yeah, I'm really excited. I just know that for me, there's a lot still that's new, right? The only thing that I really know about a CFL training camp has been the COVID year, right? So last year, right? So the shortened training camp, the no preseason games, those are things that I came into this league knowing, and so the preseason schedules is going to be different for me, and there's going to be a lot of things to adjust to. But I'm looking forward to it. Like you said, there's not a lot that's up in the air. I know the organization and my teammates have confidence in me, and it's just about going out there and getting better every single day, and helping the team get better as well. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to hopefully better air quality this time of year, and just nothing holding us back this year. I think that should be great.
Couple of weeks ago, you had the good fortune of being involved in some marketing and campaign shoots, and
Oh
just the
yeah.
chance to see guys. Yeah, totally, totally the highlight for you. But the chance to see guys like Lucky Whitehead, Jordan Williams, Bryan Burnham, who you maybe haven't seen outside of a Zoom meeting for the past few months.
Yeah.
How cool was that?
Yeah, great. I mean, I'm so lucky to have those guys on the team. They're great. They're great teammates. They're great people. They're fun to be around. I just remember we had a shoot we were at BC Place from 10:30 in the morning to about 7 o'clock at night, and it was a long day. And everyone had every right to be grumpy, and hey, I'll look out. I can't wait to see the finished product. I think people should be excited to see it. I think they're going to do a great job with whatever they filmed, but it was a long day for everybody, but I think there wasn't a single take that group didn't, we didn't cut, and we didn't just stop laughing. We were just
Yeah.
laughing like crazy. We were just having such a good time, and it's such a great group to be around. And I think that, we can keep that kind of energy, and we can, compete with what a stacked defense we're going to have this year. And, with all the weapons we have on offense, like I think if we can have fun and we can compete and make each other better, I think it's going to be really hard to stop us.
Was there a moment at that shoot where you kind of looked around and thought like, wow, we have a lot of superstar talent on this team? Because you really could, I mean, the
Yeah.
award ceremony even showed it last year, but there really is in almost every positional group a superstar on this team.
Yeah, it's great. I just think free agency was an exciting time for us. We had a lot of pieces fall into place. I think our front office did a really good job figuring all that out, and I just can't wait to see what it's going to look like on the field. I think that we have a lot of veteran pieces coming into a young team, and some young players coming up to help those veteran players. And I just think the combination is going to be really, really good for everybody. And man, I'm excited. I really am. I think that you can be excited for it, sure, but I think that the expectations are high and the standards are high for the team, and so we're going to get ready to look. We're going to look to get to work as soon as possible. But we look good on paper. We just got to go out and show it.
I know something funny about the shoot too is I was talking to our marketing girl about it because I wasn't there actually, but she was telling me that they were getting you to do some posing for the camera and for video and all of that, and the director told you to point to your nameplate, and you told the director I can't do that because I'm a team guy. It's not about me. So that just speaks to how invested you are in the team, I guess. Hey.
Yeah. Probably not their favorite person to work with. That's not it's honestly not my favorite thing to do, but it's part of the job. So
that Rourke, he's a diva. No, I like that though. It's the name on the front, right?
Yeah, no, I don't know. I feel silly doing the whole thing. You know what I mean? I think some guys enjoy it. For some people that's their cup of tea. It's not mine, and I hope everyone who was involved, who was working hard, taking the pictures and the videos, understands that it wasn't personal. It's just me trying to be authentic and real. So,
love it. Hey, before we let you go, I know it's football is number one for you, and we're right in the thick of getting ready for camp. I know, but when you have to unwind or you want to get your mind away from it from a little bit, what are you doing? You binge watching any shows? You listen to any music? What's the non-football activity life for you these days, Nathan?
Yeah, so what I've been getting into lately, it's really random, but I do like food quite a bit. I like making it, and I like baking and cooking and stuff like that. So I've been really getting into Hell's Kitchen. You know that show with Gordon Ramsay?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I like that show. I'm not big into reality shows, and honestly, I take a lot of pride in making fun of how dramatic it can be. But there's something about it just makes me want to keep watching it. So
he likes to yell at people, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He kicks them out of the kitchen and stuff. It's great. Um,
What's your favorite dish? You know, if we're coming over to your house for dinner, what are you making for us?
we're gonna have lots and lots of vegetables for sure. Lots of color. We're gonna be it's probably gonna be a lot of prep and stuff like that, but it'll be something that you can eat and feel good about.
Chopping onions, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I always got to get the onions just for
There you go.
from texture.
All right, I can see the look in Nick's eye here. He's getting a video idea, cooking with Rourke. It has a nice ring to it.
Yeah, we got Sean Whyte's crib with the F1 screen, and then we got Nathan Rourke's cooking kitchen.
I tell you about something. I'm really into meal prepping. So I prep pretty much all my meals. And so if you're gonna do a video of that, I just show you how I prep everything, get them into these plastic containers, look like a psychopath.
There you go.
I also
Sean,
wanted to share real quick. Sorry.
No, good.
Mike and I, O'Connor, are just talking about how the CFL got rid of the fake slide. There's a penalty for the fake slide. So we were talking about in the off season how cool that would be to pull off, do a Kenny Pickett. But I obviously that Mike just texted me and said how disappointed he is that that's off the table. So we won't be seeing that, unfortunately.
Hey, but both you can be on the field at the same time now.
That's right. Yeah,
that's good. But like we talked about earlier in this interview, I'm not looking forward to playing receiver anytime soon.
You're just psyching all the teams out, right?
Yeah,
not to make them think about it at all, and then they won't know what hit them.
Yeah, there. Well, maybe if you're calling the plays.
Forgot all about that. That was like heart of the pandemic. Not much going on. Oh, someone's reporting that Nathan Rourke's working out for the Giants, and it turned out it was receivers. That was. Yeah. Hey, you got a good story to tell, Nathan. At least.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Hey, listen, this has been great. It was kind of good to branch out and talk more about your background and how you got here. And we look forward to talking to you more for sure in Kamloops. So we'll see you later this week, I think, at our big kickoff event. But thanks for this, and get back to prepping meals.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it, and some football too on the side.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to say on air, you guys have been doing a great job with the off-season content, Nick, especially. I think everyone's been really happy with or really excited to see what you've been pumping out. And so keep up the good work. Look forward to continuing to watch what you guys have been doing.
Yeah, thank you. It's all a tribute to the great access you give us, sir. So
yeah, I really apprate it, Nathan. It has been really. Yeah,
there'll be more. Stay tuned. Okay.
No, it's been great working with you, Nathan. Yeah, right from the get-go, we were just saying earlier that you've always been so accommodating to us, and I think it shows on the actual finished product. So appreciate that.
Yeah, well, hey, anything to help the organization, right?
Exactly.
Right mindset. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, take care, guys.
All right, see you later.
Take care. Funny to think back on that now. Of course, a couple days since Rourke has been back with the Giants and subsequently released, but yeah, he'll have a story to tell, that's for sure.
Yeah, he wants to be a quarterback, and he made that clear back in 2022 when we were talking to him, and I think the trial would have been even before that, right? Obviously, so it's funny how things kind of all shape out.
Episode 13, we're into the season now, and the Nathan Rourke situation, that whole story is really picking up steam. He's taken the league by storm. He's on pace to shatter Doug Flutie's records for yards and everything. And this is ironically a couple of weeks, I think, before he went down with his foot injury. But we talked to Lukas Moore, a media member who covered Nathan during his time with the Ohio Bobcats. And Lukas talked about some of Nathan's best attributes, including having a high pain threshold. First and now, the official BC Lions podcast is live. It's Matt Baker. It's Nick Kowalski inside the Wall Center at the Go-Goat Sports Studios. Outstanding studio here at the Wall Center in downtown Vancouver. And we're going to venture off to Chicago now, I believe. Lukas Moore host of the 3 a.m. Coney podcast. He does a little bit of play-by-play, all kinds of broadcasting gigs for Lukas. A former Ohio Bobcat, attended the school when one Nathan Rourke was there, setting all kinds of football records. So if there was a Nathan Rourke fan club, I think Lukas Moore here would be a card-carrying member. Lukas, good of you to join us, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, guys. Was super thrilled. I tweeted out, hey, I need to get on. I know there's CFL podcasts out there because I obviously tuned in to watch my guy, Nathan Rourke. And you guys, Nick reached out, and I was super happy that he did because I'm able to talk Nathan Rourke again. I thought I had lost the traction on that when he went up to the CFL, when I thought he had a chance to maybe make the back end of an NFL roster. So to be able to talk him again, I'm really grateful for it because he gave me quite a few fun segments and arguments and moments while at Ohio University.
Well, any friend of Nathan Rourke is certainly a friend of ours, and we appreciate you making the time. So why don't we, let's go back there in a few years to the campus at Ohio. How did your friendship and your relationship, so to speak, with Nathan start there, Lukas?
Well, I don't think Nathan would ever call me a friend. I think he might remember me. We've had a few conversations and we've done a few interviews. I've interviewed him in studio. I've interviewed him on the field. I've interviewed him after games and post-game press conferences. So he might remember the face. But my biggest moment in memory with Nathan Rourke was I was the only reporter, me and my buddy Russ Heltman, who does radio in Cincinnati, and Jason Arkley, who covers the Bobcats still today. He was a working professional at the time. Russ and I were upperclassmen students. And we went to watch Nathan Rourke's first training camp practice. And it took me 15, 20 minutes of watching him and going, man, I think this kid's got something special. I liked his tape coming out of Fort Scott Community College. And he had bad stats, but he had a horrible offensive line. And I really liked the potential that Nathan Rourke showed in that film. And I thought quarterback was a need for the Bobcats after Quentin Maxwell had a so-so performance, got replaced by Greg Windham in the MAC championship game the year before. So I went down on the field and everybody was busy talking to Quentin Maxwell, who the whole world expected to be the starter. And I went over and I made sure that I talked to Nathan Rourke. And it took the 10 minutes of that conversation of talking to him to realize that this was a deathly serious person. A very, very serious football person that was not here to play school or go to parties. He was here to be the best football player he could possibly be. And this was back when he was a sophomore. And just that amount of focus and realism that came off in my very first interaction with him, it made me go out on the radio that day and say, hey, Nathan Rourke is the player to watch this year. Well, he had 22 rushing touchdowns that season. And he ended up taking the starting job by week 2. And I didn't really get the on-field stuff. Yeah, it was great. I think it was better than Quentin. In much respect to Quentin, who had some success at lower levels of college football, but it was the attitude. It was the professionalism. And that's why I always knew he would be at some professional level. And I figured with him being Canadian, the CFL would be a perfect fit, and it's turning into that for him because he's dedicated his entire existence to being the best quarterback possible. And when you get somebody like that has the natural talent he has, you just get constant improvement and you get a player like you've seen so far.
Yeah, well said. It's a guy who's sharp in the mind is probably his most impressive trait. That's something you need when you're the starting quarterback, whether that's in college or in the pros. But yeah, you mentioned the MAC championships. With the Bobcats, it was also 3 straight bowl game wins. I think he was MVP of the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. I mean, what did he do for the Bobcats, Lukas, in terms of kind of reestablishing a winning standard for that program?
Well, I think that your quarterback, one, Frank Solich is a legendary 2-quarterback system coach. And I don't know whether he got that from Nebraska or whether there just wasn't enough talent at Ohio. But it was Tyler Tettleton was the main starter, and then he would do this 2-starter thing every year. And it looked like he wanted to do that with Quentin Maxwell, and Nathan Rourke ripped the job from him and made it to where Frank had no choice. But even during Nathan's junior year, he sat down Nathan against Howard, I believe, where Cam Newton's little brother was playing quarterback, and they actually benched him in that game. He ended up starting the whole season, but he always played with that 2-quarterback system. And to have a guy that can win the job with that type of coaching and not just be, a starting quarterback, the starting quarterback, almost a franchise guy as we would say when we cover the NFL. That's what Nathan Rourke became. So you had consistency in practice. You had consistency in the team's makeup, in the leadership model. And I think all of that led to a lot of success. But really the main part of Nathan Rourke that led to Ohio's success was his ability to generate offense because of his smarts and because of his escapability left to right on the read option. Because the read option was so deadly with the ball in Nathan Rourke's hands that allowed A.J. Oled, who's now in the CFL, and numerous other running backs have career moments and years with Nathan Rourke under center. And it was a combination of the talent and the professionalism. But I really do believe that it was just the perfect fit at the perfect time. This guy can run our system better than we could have ever imagined it being run. And you saw that immediately in the offensive production before the leadership factors even set in for Nathan Rourke.
Mm-hmm. And Lukas, you and I, we were talking on Twitter beforehand a bit, and one thing there's a bunch of things that really stood out when we were having our conversations, but one thing in particular that you mentioned about Nathan's game that I found fascinating was your theory about how he approaches contact. Can you just go into more detail about what you were telling me there?
Yeah, so there's an old radio segment on Sportsbeat WUB that I did with Nathan where I threw this theory at him, and he kind of laughed at it and said, well, maybe I haven't really thought about it. But that's kind of what makes Nathan Rourke so dangerous, is that he doesn't think about getting hit. So BC fans, just go out there, rewatch the last game. There were a few plays that had happened. And it's when he's running not directly left-right, but at an angle, right? Upfield and moving towards the sideline. Guys will attack him at a side angle, and instead of him getting hit and moving left or right, it's almost like the player slides off of him. I've never really seen it before in the sport of football, especially at the collegiate level when I was watching it in the MAC. And it's because when you watch Nathan Rourke run, I never see him brace for a hit. And they say this about car accidents to where, hey, if you're about to be in a car accident, the best thing to do would be to relax every muscle in your body. And they've done studies where people in plane crashes that were asleep tend to have less injuries than everybody that was tensing up their whole body and flexing everything. And Nathan kind of does that on the football field where you'll see most guys brace for hits, and then the contact kind of gets absorbed into their body and then into the ground. Nathan just doesn't worry about getting hit. He keeps running. He keeps a good tight hold of the football. He keeps his feet moving. And that causes guys, it looks like they're not even impacting his movement. They just slide right off of him. And he's done it to big guys. And he especially does it all the time to defensive backs. But it's one of the most unique skills I've ever seen. And he picks up 2 or 3 extra yards per carry because of that short space agility and make people miss ability. And that generates so much more in your running game if you're able to get 3 more yards per carry from your starting quarterback. And I think we saw how much commitment that Edmonton had to make against BC in the last game to Nathan Rourke in the run game. And it opened up James Butler to run wild on everybody. And that's the type of stuff we saw all the time at OU. The 59 points, the not being able to stop the running back, the heavy quarterback rushing numbers, that's all that happened at Ohio University against all type of competition. That's why when I saw the stat line and went back and rewatched the game, it looked just like OU, except you guys in the CFL have a wider field, which only helps in this type of offense and with this type of player. So I really do think that it might not be 59 every week, but there's going to be a lot of points scored over in Vancouver.
Yeah, that's a super fascinating breakdown.
Awesome.
Yeah. Another thing that stood out to me was it was a simpler comment, but you said he is throwing the ball harder than ever. And I've in the offseason, I had the pleasure of filming Nathan during some of his. He works out in North Vancouver with the quarterback kinesiologist coach Rob Williams. And that's what I saw too. I would watch him throw the ball, and I'm thinking to myself, like, this is not a normal quarterback throwing. Like, it's hard and it's consistent, and he's very particular about how he throws the ball. So I'll transition this question into you saw that he was throwing the ball harder from your observations. But also how much I'm even interested to find out how close are you following the CFL? Is it? I'm imagining it's more because of Nathan Rourke, or what did you even know about the CFL before Nathan arrived?
I mean, I'm a sports broadcaster, so I know that it's the Grey Cup. I know you guys play on a wider field. The goalposts are in the front. I know the general history of the league. I could maybe have named a few teams in the CFL. And then if there's great players or great highlights, I mean, I try to have it on my Twitter feed at all times. But outside of that, Nathan Rourke, that BC game was the first, okay, I'm going to sit down, I'm going to watch this game. And I really do enjoy what the product is. But when you mentioned Nathan Rourke and his ability to throw the football, if you're looking for a comparison to other CFL quarterbacks, it's not even in comparison to the rest of the league. It's how close I thought Nathan was to being an NFL player in college, and the things that I needed to see him do to get there, he's done. And I think that if he were the level of talent he is right now, and you put him right back into OU and put him back in the draft cycle, or you put him in a worse draft class, he could have ended up being a 6th-round pick in the NFL. And that's kind of where I'm at with Nathan is you've got this, he's a native Canadian, so this league is a perfect fit for him. I think he's more marketable up there. And it's going to get to the point where I think he's going to produce so much statistically with you guys that he's going to get NFL interest, and there's going to be a real conversation piece of, okay, where's my career better served? That's a conversation that's way far off. But I know that Nathan has the mindset, the makeup, and with the velocity that he's added on these throws, I mean, if he just shows some layering, some progression, there's a real chance that he's getting interest from a lot of places because of how much of a professional he is. And, his explosiveness moving side to side. If he's making people miss in the NCAA and then he goes to the CFL and he keeps making people miss, somebody's going to take a shot on him that he can make NFL DBs miss. And if he can do that on the read option, there's a lot of NFL offenses that could use him. So I know that there wasn't really your question. It's kind of where I took it there, Nick. But
no, it's great. Yeah.
Something funny too. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but Nathan, we had him on the podcast about 2 months ago, actually, and I was Googling just as I do in terms of prep. I was just looking up some of the articles I've written about him, and he had a NFL workout with the New York Giants, but as a wide receiver. So he was going up with like Kadarius Toney, and Nathan said it wasn't unfortunately what he wanted, obviously being a quarterback, but the NFL has seen his physical attributes and saw that as NFL potential. So, and it's obviously the goal is to go to and if you're playing professional football, you do want to be an NFL player, and we're not going to beat around the bush and say that, but yeah, like Nate, it's an interesting problem to have if you have superstar players in the CFL that the NFL could potentially take them and whatnot, and it goes back into drafting too, right?
And I think this Nathan's, because you guys have talked about and you talked about in our message exchange the rarity of a Canadian quarterback.
Yes,
and I just think that there's like I feel like that, I don't know, because I've been exploring your guys' space, especially since I started talking to you, and trying to find, okay, what's the reaction? Do people kind of like, are they mentioning or realizing what kind of just happened with Nathan Rourke? Do they realize what might happen to this league right now? And I don't see any of that. Now, maybe I'm just a crazy kid who saw them against a bad Edmonton team, and this is not what BC's going to look like. But when I've seen it before at other levels, at historically dominant paces, and I've seen them dispatch teams who are above 500 who are competing for them in the conference within a quarter and a half, to where I'm standing on the sideline and the other team's completely given up by the time we're in the middle of the second quarter. I saw that routinely. So the fact that I see it again in a professional league and it's number 12 at quarterback, to me, that just is something that's going to keep happening. So his ceiling, I can't even describe to you guys because of the nature of Canadian football, and because of just him as a person and knowing the guy and knowing the kid and knowing how much work he puts in. And if, he had the opportunity to learn last year, now he's full-fledged, thrown into it. It is special. And I think that is something that BC Lions fans should get ready for. It might not be as easy as it was back in the MAC. I guarantee it won't be, but it's certainly possible that he can produce week in, week out the way he did. And, I think that it's more of, he's also going to make your offense produce more. There were so many games at Ohio where he'd have 12 passing attempts, but he would have 145 rushing yards. But his presence on the field would open things up so much so for everybody else. You'd end up with 55 points. Like James Butler, yeah, what an amazing performance by him. But if you go back, I think it was his run to the right where he makes a man miss. There were so many touchdowns in the game, hard to remember which one. But you watch Nathan giving that read option. And it's not that he tricks everybody, but he's so good with the handoffs and disguising all that he will always fool. It's almost guaranteed 100% every time, and I've seen it so many times. He will fool one defender drastically on the play to where they are just completely lost, and they ruin it for everybody else. Because when you're running wide zone, it's about gap assignments, baby. You got to stay in your lane.
Yeah.
And there's one play where Nathan I think James runs right. So Nathan fakes it. Nathan goes left or whatever. But his fake, nobody's fooled by it on the line, but a linebacker comes down and you watch two Edmonton players take each other out. Because one guy went the wrong way because he was going after Rourke, even though he should have been going after Butler. And that will happen even if two guys don't take each other out. It's the hesitation step. It's the 2 steps left or 2 steps right from somebody in the second level or from somebody on the line that opens up these massive, wide gaps in defenses that create chunk running plays. And then off those chunk running plays, you create space in the passing game, and it becomes impossible to stop. The only thing that can stop it is a singular disruptive defender. So, like an Aaron Donald type that's tossing away the guard, or a shutdown corner, maybe taking away half of the field, things, or a bad offensive line performance. Those things can ruin it. But if you've got everything clicking, and with his ability to make those decisions on the read option, it just becomes almost impossible to defend.
Hey, Lukas, this is all great stuff, but while we have you here for a couple more minutes, enlighten us a little bit on the Rourke train. What was that all about?
Well, the Rourke train was because, from day one of camp, I was like, Nathan Rourke should be the starter. And I don't know why we're even messing around here. And that was kind of my opinion on it, and it was my opinion on the radio. Now, I might have been younger and just trying to plant a hot take flag in the Ohio University sports talk universe. But I genuinely believe that. This kid should be the starter. He provides more upward explosiveness for the offense. He's got a higher ceiling. And we just watched Quentin Maxwell throw the ball behind his own head in the MAC championship game. So do we really need to run this experiment again? And what the Rourke train was me slowly convincing a lot of students that covered the team that he should be the starter. And so we had the Rourke train going every week. And then we had like the local beat reporter would come on. And I remember a very, very, I think Jason Arkley does some of the best work in Southeast Ohio, but we had a very heated Nathan Rourke or Quentin Maxwell debate on the air, which I don't really need to brag about now. But that was what the Rourke train was. It was this, hey, I know he's not as big as Quentin Maxwell and his arm doesn't look as great, but look how slippery he is. Nobody can tackle the guy. And okay, well, he doesn't look like he's super fast or super over the top. It's nothing that blows your mind, but it's the little things across the board that he does over and over and over again within the read option, within all those things that made us and me believe in him. And then getting to talk to him. And then I'd walk into the facility, fellas, and I'd look into a room and there's a little light on. And in sitting there watching film at a time that nobody else is there is Nathan Rourke. Coaches aren't even there.
Yeah.
Coaches aren't even there. And there he is watching film. And numerous times I would catch Nathan watching film or staying late. And I'd see him around that stadium all the time. I'd be going up to have fun on our party street in Athens, and I'd walk by the building and you'd see Nathan Rourke on the field throwing. Like, it was things like that over and over and over again to where he earned my trust as a sports commentator to plant my flag and have argument after argument after argument until he was the concrete starter. Because I remember they benched him in the second year and we had to restart the Rourke train. You would think 22 rushing touchdowns would have killed that thing, but we had to have the argument again and then it was over and it's all in the past. But that Rourke train it was definitely an Ohio thing where a bunch of us just wanted to say, hey, we really want Nathan Rourke to be the starter. And we're going to keep yelling about it until he is. And breaking all the school records and stuff just made the group of us that were on it look very smart. And we're all still friends today. And I think the Rourke train has a lot to do with that. So I thank Nathan for his success on the field, bringing us together.
Yeah, of course. And I just want to bring up one more point too, that I was telling Matt this earlier. I was reading one of your messages out loud, and I said, Matt, does this sound familiar? And your message was, yeah, I would see him every day running sprints after practice by himself, because he still does that up in BC here. We were at training camp in the pouring rain, and he was doing it by himself. He pretty much does it every practice, but again, it's no days off for that guy. And I see the same things you're saying. It's why I was so intrigued to get you on here and get all this fascinating stuff that you've been explaining to us. It's really insightful.
Very good, yeah.
Well, also, and my final point on this is because I spent a lot of time, because I was in Athens, I spent a lot of time covering Joe Burrow as well. So, and I want to say that there's a lot of similarities, and a lot of the research and conversations I've had with Joe's family and those close to him, and studying what work ethic he had in high school and then the work ethic he had at LSU. And then at the same time covering Nathan Rourke and the type of work ethic and things he has. Here's the main similarity between Nathan Rourke and Joe Burrow. They stopped caring about other people's opinion on them a long time ago. And their work ethic does not come from a need to prove other people wrong. They decided a long time ago, Nathan Rourke and Joe Burrow, that they're going to be the best quarterback that their body allows them to be. And nothing will stop them from that goal. And wherever they end up, whether it be the Canadian Football League or the Super Bowl parade, wherever that may end up, that's where they're going to go. But they decided for themselves, because they had been so doubted. I mean, Nathan Rourke threw 59 touchdowns, won a state championship in Alabama, and the only legitimate school that gave him any serious interest was Fort Scott Community College in Kansas. So he had to make the decision, guys, that I'm just going to be the best quarterback I can be, and I don't really care what anybody else's opinion is. That natural love of the game, the natural love of self-improvement, is something that is so rare, not just in football, but in every profession on earth. It's not about money. It's not about fame. It's not about proving a coach wrong or a parent or an old friend. It is just a battle between Nathan Rourke and himself. And the same thing for Joe Burrow. It's just a battle between Joe Burrow and himself. And when you find guys like that and they have any natural talent, keep betting on them. Keep betting on them, because they tend to win. They tend to win a lot. And so I don't know if Nathan Rourke will ever circle around and make it to the NFL, but I know he's going to be the best quarterback that he can possibly be. And we just saw him drop 59 against Edmonton. So I imagine he'll probably do more of the same. And, the same guarantee for Joe Burrow in the NFL. And I just think that to see somebody believe in him at BC, because I was worried that first year. I knew that he was a quarterback of the future, but to see the scheme and everything be revolving around Nathan, I think that's so fantastic, and he's going to do wonders with that opportunity.
No doubt we'll aim to keep that Rourke train going. Listen, Lukas, this was outstanding. We appreciate this great insight and tap of the stick there to Nick for starting the conversation, and we look forward to, like yourself, seeing what Nathan has in store here in week number 3. Thank you very much for doing this, and be sure to keep these lines of communication open.
Yeah, I mean, if I would love to keep talking Nathan Rourke whenever you guys allow me to come on. I really appreciate it. It was a ton of fun, and there is a new BC Lions fan in the universe, and it is me.
Yeah,
outstanding, even better. More to come.
Thanks so much,
Thanks, Lukas.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
That was a very insightful interview with Lukas.
I was impressed by how unique he described Nathan's attributes. The one takeaway I still tell people about this, and I tell them to watch Nathan because it makes sense when you hear it, but how he prepares for contact. And he says it's almost like a car crash where if you ease up and prepare into it, you're more likely to get hurt. Where Nathan, remember in 2022, he was bouncing off defenders left and right, and Lukas attributed that quality of Nathan's game to that aspect. So one of the unique things Lukas had of describing Nathan's game.
Really enjoyed that conversation. Fast forwarding to episode 38, it's the end of the 2022 campaign. Of course, Nathan has gotten hurt, but come back at the end of the season and almost willing the Lions to an upset in Winnipeg. But that Western final in 2022 turned out to be the last game for Bryan Burnham, who announced his retirement. And we all know Bryan's story, very inspiring. He talked about his career, the ups and downs, and how he was looking forward to some more family time after calling it a career. We are now, as much as it's bittersweet to say it, doesn't need any introduction, but we're now speaking with retired BC Lion Bryan Burnham. His second appearance. Remember, we did this way back in the cafeteria in Kamloops when it was sweltering hot out. And Bryan, how are you, sir?
I'm good. Yeah, it's kind of weird to think about. Former BC Lion, Bryan Burnham, but BC Lion for life, man. I'm doing great.
Oh yeah, you'll always be a Lion. It would have been a shame to see you suit up in any other colors, and some things are meant to be. So we're happy about that. But joking aside, we're recording this. I think about 6-7 hours since you made it official. Has it sunk in yet? Are you feeling like a young man or an old football player still?
I still feel like a young man. It's kind of weird. It's just like, I feel like, like right after college again, where you're not exactly sure what's next, but it's exciting. And, it's just kind of surreal. It's been a bit overwhelming. Just, the outpouring of love from, teammates, former teammates, guys who I've played against, fans from across the league. It's been a busy day for my phone. It's been blowing up. So no, but it's been a good day. It's it feels good. But also, there's that level of, I guess you could call it sadness, just knowing that it's official.
We were kind of joking before we started the recording. You've got your kids in the background there playing like kids do. You had a bit of a Play-Doh disaster. Explain.
It's just the, kids and putting stuff around their mouth, and the little guy likes to sometimes sneak some Play-Doh, so I gotta keep my eye on him. But no, man, he's just having a great time. This is what it's all about, man. It's just fun being able to interact with the kids and just see the joy these just little things bring them. It's been awesome.
It is a lot of fun. Fatherhood definitely changes your perspective on life. And quickly, before I turn it over to Nick, explain that aspect of it. I mean, you talked about, your dad, Lem, serving in Vietnam, was also a pro football player before he retired himself. And you explained in the great video Nick did about how everything your dad has gone through in life pales in comparison to some of the adversity you faced. I mean, how much have you thought about that?
Every day. I mean, that's, like I mentioned in the video, that's, that guy is my motivation. All the things that he went through in his life in order to give his children, a life where they won't have to struggle like that. And so for me, that's why, when I face adversity, especially in football, when I deal with injuries and things like that, it really helps me kind of put things in perspective and just realize, this is whatever pain it is, whatever injury it was, this is temporary. This isn't something that, I should hang my head on. Just continue to push forward and overcome it. So, his lessons and things that he taught me growing up is really a huge contributing factor to my ability to have played this game so long.
Mm-hmm. And looking ahead now, one thing you brought up in your retirement video, but also today in the media conference, was that you can now be the best husband, the best father, the best friend that you can be now post-football life. Besides, Christmas is coming up, but are there any other like monumental days that you're looking forward to spending time with the friends and family this offseason?
I mean, it's just like, I think I'm excited about summer. Usually summer is reserved for training camp and football. Like, that's it. There's no real like vacations or anything in the summertime. So I think being able to kind of have the summer open a little bit is going to be exciting, being able to be outside and running around with the kids and doing stuff with them. And yeah, I mean, I talked about, the sacrifices that I've had to make to play this game. And that's the thing. I've missed so many monumental days. I missed my best friend's wedding, where I was supposed to be the best man. And, I got a concussion and wasn't able to travel and had to miss his wedding. I missed my buddy's wedding just this season. It was right after the West final and I wasn't able to make it home in time. So, there's so many things that I've missed, whether it be, big things like weddings like that or birthdays, having to celebrate my wife's birthday, a few days earlier, a few days later. But finally, being able to be around for those things, that's important. That's the most important thing in life at the end of the day. You always, you hear people talk about, what's really important in life. You hear people who have lived a long life, what's really important in life. And, they almost always say the same thing. It's the relationships, it's the people. So being able to be there for all that stuff is really important to me. And I'm excited to be able to kind of, dedicate my time to that now.
Have you thought ahead to summer 2023, like having that middle of July weekend off? And like, what are the things you're probably going to get up to?
Man, that's actually exciting now I think about it. Just, I really haven't, it's just been enjoying each day since I've been home. And it's obviously been, trying to figure out what's next in terms of my career. Yeah, it's one of the crazy things, it's very fortunate, so happy that I've been able to play this game so long. But that's the thing that stinks with this game is, guys retire from the NFL with millions in the bank and they don't really have to stress about money too much. I got to start working soon so I can start bringing some money in again and make sure we're good and taken care of. So unfortunately I can't hang around too long. I got to focus on what's next for me in terms of my career and how I'm going to provide for my family. But, I know that'll come. I know, the kind of work ethic I have, and that's going to come. So I haven't been stressing about that too much, but with that and just being home and enjoying being with the kids, I haven't really had time to think about, what are we going to do this spring, this summer. But man, you got me excited thinking about, just some trips and, going to the lake. That's big here in Oklahoma. My wife's family loves to go out on the lake in the summer and just enjoy it, man. Have a good time. It's really beautiful out here in Northeast Oklahoma. So I'm looking forward to experiencing the summer here for once.
You've already checked the Phillies schedule. I know you have. You're going home to see some baseball games. Come on, don't lie to us. I want to go back. I mean, the 2021 season, you've talked a lot about it, and we don't have to rehash it here, but I want to hear your thoughts from the perspective of, you remember what the world was like coming, well, not coming out of, still in the pandemic. For guys like yourself, you had to report to Kamloops, quarantine in your dorm for 2 weeks. Michael O'Reilly, you could do worse than roommates than Michael O'Reilly, I think. But Brian, was there ever a time in that period when you were forced inside and having to wait and doing the testing, which a lot of us had to go through 2, 3, 4 times a week? Was there ever a point in that time where you said to yourself, why the hell am I still doing this?
Yeah. Yeah. That's what's so tough. My wife was able to be up here with me from, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. She was up in Canada with me the whole time. So, she would come up with me for the season, and then we go back to Oklahoma during the off season. So I wasn't away from her. So, things were great. And then all of a sudden, you have COVID and you have all these restrictions, and, I'm able to cross the border, but, she can't. She's in a position where she can't cross the border. So now it's the first time that we have to do, this long distance relationship again. And it's like, we're married, we're past that. And, it's difficult. We love each other. We love spending time together, and not being able to do that was tough. What's up, buddy? And then, we buy a house and we're paying a mortgage here. So, she can't come. What's up, buddy? How are you? Hi, buddy. He's coming to say hi. Go. Yeah.
Camera shy.
Oh,
just like
yes,
Dad. Yeah.
Oh, trying to turn on my camera. Good boy.
It's just pure joy. I know that for those listening, not watching, it doesn't do it justice, but Bryan Burnham with the kids is truly a joy to watch. That's awesome.
Oh, man.
But yeah, it was a tough go there. The return to play was awesome, but really, yeah. I mean, even for those of us who weren't playing, it was an adjustment. Yeah.
Yeah. It was difficult. Like you said, like you guys had to go through it too. The testing every day, and being quarantined, not being able to really go out and do anything. It was you're in your room, you're going to practice, you're back in your room, you're getting meals delivered to you. That takes a toll on your mind, on just being trapped in your room, not being able to get out and see the sights and just get some fresh air. And I think mix in a really bad wildfire season for Vancouver and for British Columbia that year as well. It was kind of a miserable training camp. It was tough. And then again, just not being able to be around and be with my wife after we had struggled that off season with, the family issues I've spoken on. And yeah, it was very difficult. Definitely not something that I really enjoyed.
Yeah, I didn't even factor in the air quality. I think we lost 3 or 4 practices and then didn't have a preseason. And knowing what we know now about how that first game went, maybe it was a bad indicator. But anyway, I want to go down memory lane with you as well as we have you here for a few more minutes. Lem and Barbara, your parents, great support you had from them. They allowed you to pursue all your dreams. But was there a specific moment, maybe playing youth football or leading up to your time going to Tulsa? Was there a big game or a big moment where you kind of said to yourself, this just might work?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think back, man, so long ago. I feel like there was a few moments because, there was a time, it was my sophomore year in high school, my first time playing varsity. And I go out and, I think I make a couple of big catches in the first game, and it's like seeing the older guys on the sideline, getting excited for me and just being 15 at the time, still feeling like a little baby. That's at that time. I'm like, wow, varsity football, man, this is huge. This is, oh my God, this stage is just so big. And it's really like, now I'm used to playing in front of 30,000 fans, but yeah, I think just my sophomore year in high school, realizing, I'm pretty, I can do this. I'm pretty good. And then in college, getting switched over to receiver finally in my third year, and just playing special teams that year. But there was a moment where we played Notre Dame, the 2010 season at Notre Dame, and we won. We won by 2 points, beat Notre Dame, and I had a fumble recovery in that game on the punt team. The punt returner muffed the punt, and I went down and nudged him out of the way and fell on the ball, and seeing the head coach come up and being excited for me, and just like that feeling of finally breaking through, that feeling of finally showing the coaches that I can do this. And then that leads to the next season of me being a full-time receiver, being a starter. And my first game playing receiver in college, going up against Oklahoma, first game of the season in 2011, they're ranked number 1 in the nation. So going into Oklahoma, playing against the number 1 ranked team and scoring a touchdown was another moment where I'm like, this stage it doesn't get any bigger than this stage. It's the number 1 team in the nation. It doesn't get any bigger. So for me to be able to do that was a huge confidence boost for me, and just continued to carry on through that season. And then obviously ups and downs after that, but then finally making it to BC, man. So yeah, a few moments, but those ones I mentioned, especially playing against Oklahoma, some of those moments that I really realized that this is something I can make a career out of.
Mm-hmm. And while we're speaking with you, Bryan, for the final time in 2022 on this platform, I have to bring up the highlight reel catches that you've had over the years. We've talked about them. You've talked about them today and previous times too. But now that you're out of the game, when you're making those one-handed catches or contested catches or anything like that, is it always the natural instincts that are kicking in, or is there something that you would do or anything? I don't know if it's like a subtle push off or anything along those lines, or anything that you developed over the years that would help you make those catches.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think there's a lot of factors that go into it. It's part of the fact that I spent every day almost in the backyard with my dad throwing me the ball and me, diving after it, and just that repetition of doing it over and over and over again. And for me, my mindset as a wide receiver was always catching the football. There's a lot of guys who I want to have quick feet. I want to be fast. I want to be strong. All that's good, but doesn't mean anything if you can't catch the football. So there's times where I might be covered. I might not have run the best route, The ball might not be exactly where it needs to be, but I'm going to catch it. Because that's my job. That's my one and only job, is to catch the football. And what happens after that, that's instincts. When you see me catch the ball, turn up field, that's where the instincts kick in. I think when I'm catching the ball, that's the repetition. That's not just physical repetition, but my mental preparation, visualizing me catching the ball. I could talk about this for days, but I'll try to make it quick. But that's like, I think that was my edge. That's what really helped me become so great at catching the football was my visualization. I would sit there and I would go through every single play. And I would just visualize it happening in so many different ways. If I have a corner route, I would visualize, okay, the DB is low. I have to release, go, ball's going to be high. I picture that. I picture the DB being off. I picture the DB making a great play. I picture the ball being short, being high. I visualize it so many different ways so that when it happens in the game, it's like, oh, I've seen this before. And it can just it just happens. So yeah, I mean, that's just, I think, my mental preparation. And I really think, like, when the ball's in the air, it really feels like things slow down. Like, it almost feels like I'm moving in slow motion. And yeah, so that's that. Like I said, I could talk about this for days, man. I love the art of catching the football. And, for me, just being able to focus on my body control and just locating the ball, and there not being any excuses. There's a game, we played Saskatchewan at Sask, and Nathan threw me the ball, and the guy intercepted it. And that's my thing I hate most, is I hate it if a guy intercepts the ball on me. I went a long time without that happening, but I think it happened in that game. And at first I was like, man, he needs to throw it further. He needs to be a better ball. And then I realized, you're just making excuses. I'm talented enough to go make that play. So that was my thing. I challenged myself to make the catch no matter what. There was no excuse. So the quarterback threw it short, he threw it whatever. No, if the ball's in the air, I got to go get it. So, man, that's why I was so great at catching the ball, because that was my focus, catching the football. That's the most important thing for a wide receiver. And, yeah, everything else is secondary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely spoken like a true all-star.
Hey, Bryan, I know you said you can go on for days, and maybe next time we'll take you up on that.
Yeah.
If you're if retirement time bodes well for you, maybe we'll get a series going or something. But
hey, sounds good.
Before we let you go, though, I mean, any final thoughts? Anyone else you maybe you haven't thanked who you'd like to salute here? The floor is yours.
Man, I mean, there's so many people, and I'm sure I've forgotten a few names, but I mean, to everyone who's had an impact on my career, on my life, whether it's small or big, whether it was a day or years, man, I appreciate it. 'Cause like I said, it's the relationships that really mean the most at the end of the day. While I'm thinking about him, there's a young guy that I haven't mentioned yet, man, my boy Shaq Johnson. That's a dude that I'm proud of. And that was a guy who, I always speak about, Courtney Taylor, Manny taking me under their wings. And that's a guy that I took under my wing as a young guy, with him coming in the league. And to see him, 4th round CFL draft pick, a guy who was overlooked, and here he is still in the league. And, he reached out to me today and just, to thank me for, my mentorship and my leadership with him. And, that's what I feel like is my greatest accomplishment. Past all the stats, it's the people that I've impacted, the people that I've motivated and inspired to take that step to take it to the next level, man. That's really what means the most to me.
Well said. And it goes without saying, the impact you had as a teammate and a lot of the younger guys that came in after you, because I know you remember what it was like to have those others you mentioned, veterans, take you under their wing. Listen, my friend, again, it's bittersweet, and we always appreciate you taking the time. Get back to those toddlers and try to avoid any messes. And I know Aubrey's probably got a list of things for you to do, so thank her for us as well for letting us hijack you for another half hour or so. But all the best, and we know we'll be staying in touch.
Absolutely. I appreciate you guys, man. Always a pleasure to be on with you.
Thanks so much, Bryan. All the best.
Like every other Bryan Burnham conversation, that one was awesome.
Insightful as always, and from his retirement video to the podcast conversation we had with him on the day he retired, I thought it was an honor to be able to tell Bryan's story and produce it and all of those things. And I came at a funny time too. Do you remember what happened the day before Bryan Burnham retired?
Did Nathan sign with Jacksonville? No,
we went to a Canucks game. And do you remember what happened?
You got to refresh me.
They're playing the Montreal Canadiens.
Oh yeah, the big comeback.
And there were some worries that some big Canucks news would come down the next morning. There were some rumblings about some potential Canucks news that would be major.
I remember.
So we were thinking about possibly delaying the announcement by a day or two, just out of respect for Bryan and getting him the proper spotlight. And the Canucks came back and won the game, I think 7-6 in overtime.
I think we thought Bruce Boudreau might be fired. Was that it?
Those were the rumblings, but the Canucks, they won the game. They came back and won the game.
Crazy fashion.
It was all green lights. So I always think that was a funny aspect of how that whole, how the day shook out for Bryan.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Canucks with Boudreau just delayed the inevitable, as they say. But
unfortunately,
love that interview. And another guy we love talking to, obviously, is Big Play VA. He's on pace to push Doug Flutie's records, the CFL's passing leader. But we turned the calendar here to 2023, and Nathan had signed with Jacksonville, and we talked to VA about taking the reins and being motivated to pick up the torch. Vernon Adams Jr. is with us now at his home in Tacoma. Is it Tacoma Federal Way? Where exactly are you, VA?
T-Town, man. Yes, sir. Tacoma.
Tacoma. So home of the... what's Tacoma famous for, other than Vernon Adams Jr.? There's the Tacoma Dome.
That's pretty much it. It's the Tacoma Dome. They got the minor league baseball team, or not minor league, probably like AAA, I think. Tacoma Rainiers,
yep.
But yeah, that's about it.
Cheney Stadium, right? They still playing at that old ballpark?
Yep. Yes, sir. Yes, they are.
I made my way there once on a baseball road trip years and years ago. Pretty much took I-5 all the way down to Sacramento, and yeah, that's a long. There's my connection to Tacoma right there, Vernon. Go. But so there you go. You're in Pierce County. I know the name of your county. See, I like to do my research on Washington State counties.
You good?
Fun fact about me for when Rick Campbell asks for one in Kamloops. So be prepared. Anyway, just talk about these last couple days for you. I mean, Nick and I kind of hit on this off the top in our intro, but I think we kind of saw this coming for the last little while. You'd have to be naive to think it wasn't going to go down this way, but. First off, your thoughts on Mr. Rourke and the opportunity he's afforded himself in Jacksonville.
Yeah, definitely, man. I'm super happy for Nate, man. He deserves it all, man. Everything that's coming to him. I said it yesterday in the interview, but just the way he was playing last year, man, as a Canadian quarterback, man, it's just amazing. Hasn't been done in a while. I don't think really ever. I'm not sure, but he was just on his way to really destroy every record, so the NFL interest that was there, man, he deserved all that. I'm happy for him. Obviously I'm happy for me, either way I was going to work hard and come into this season, ready to work hard and push whoever is in the quarterback room, and so it looks like this works out for all parties, for him, for myself. And I'm not saying I just got the job like that. There's going to be competition, you know what I'm saying, in camp and stuff. And I'm excited for it. I'm just excited to go out there and have some fun.
What's your conversations been like lately with some of the guys, most notably the receivers? I mean, what have those conversations been?
Yeah, they all congratulate me, and they just saying, hey, let's go. It's go time. You got the weapons. You don't got to do too much. Don't be too crazy. Just have fun, get us the ball, and let's do it. They say it's big play VA time, and it is, man.
How much will you truly benefit from, talking to Jordan Maximic day to day? We've mentioned your conversations with the players and really getting an offense kind of more built to your strengths, and you'll be there in Kamloops from day one of camp. I mean, you have lots of time to prepare here compared to when you first came in middle of last season, right? I mean, that has to be extra beneficial.
Yeah, definitely beneficial to get this full off season of Zoom meetings with Coach Jordan Maximic and, just get the small details from day one. When I came in, it was kind of like I had a bunch of questions and some of the coaches were just like, hey, we don't got time to learn that. Just learn these plays, learn the concepts, and let's go. You're going to be all right. You're going to learn it on the fly. And that's kind of what I did. But now I get to really break down everything and see why they call this play and things like that, And so I'm excited to dive into that. I talked to Jordan a couple of days ago when the announcement came out, and we're going to get started on Zoom meetings soon with the QBs. And I'm just very excited, man. I'm excited to get going with that.
What about the confidence that you have right now, too? I mean, last season you go in learning this new offense, but you go into Calgary on, 4 practices with the ones, and you go in and win there. And now you've seen on social media, Coach Rick put out the statement that they're ready to move ahead with you, and they named you specifically. So what kind of confidence are you dealing with right now?
Man, the confidence that I'm dealing with right now is shooting. It's on a rise right now, man. You never want to peak too early and get overconfident, but I've never felt this love from this an organization in the last couple years. In 19 in Montreal was my last time I really felt it. The last couple years been a little different, but the players, some of you guys, coaches, everyone's just saying, let's go, VA, let's do it. Like, we know you can do it. Come in, have some fun, and let's win games. And so just feeling that love from everybody is really motivating me even more to continue to step it up a notch in my off-season workouts, my film study, and just everything that's coming with it.
Mm-hmm. And then you brought up that 2019 season you had with Montreal, and Matt and I were actually, before the show, we were looking at your stats from that year, and it was 4,500 total yards, 35 touchdowns combined. Like those are top of the CFL numbers. So that, like, you got to be excited too to get hopefully back to those numbers and that potential this season.
Oh yeah, man. Especially with the weapons we have here, man. Man, if I don't do that, I'm gonna retire. But I'm excited, man. I'm really excited, man, because I know with a full 18, a full camp, and just chemistry with guys on and off the field, I think it's gonna help a lot, going into game one. And I'm just very excited about it.
Mm-hmm. And then the locker room too. I mean, we've seen it these past couple of seasons with Winnipeg, the continuity, the culture they've built. It's proven to be a winning formula, but I think it's out there now that this BC locker room is pretty special too. So I even want to go back to like September when you came here. What were those first kind of couple interactions you had with this locker room, and when did you realize that it was this tight knit group?
First of all, this is the funniest locker room I've ever been a part of. So when you guys see like just guys laughing all the time and joking together and having fun, touchdown celebrations, like all that is real, man. It's real, and that's hard to find. You know what I'm saying? When you find a group so tight, that's why we made it so far. You know what I'm saying? Because guys know that they can trust you on and off the field, and you hang out with guys off the field, and you gain that trust on the field. It's just you having fun together, you winning games together, man. This locker room was like the best overall team I've ever been on. That 2022 team, that was the best overall team I've ever been on, and it just sucked. We came up 8 points short. You know what I'm saying, in the semifinal game or in the final game, and so. But hey, we're gonna work hard this offseason to get over that hump.
Are we going to see you getting in on the touchdown celebrations this year? I know Nathan didn't really do so much, but are we going to see you dancing with the receivers in the end zone?
Yeah, you might see me in a couple of them. You know, some of them are a little crazy what they be doing out there. But yeah, you're going to see me get some because, man, that's how I get going. Me by having fun. You know what I'm saying? I can't play anybody else's game. I can't pretend I'm someone else. You know, my game is big plays, efficiency, having fun. And when I'm having fun, I'm literally playing at my best. So, yeah, I'll be having some fun. Not getting out of character, but having fun this year.
Yeah, before you know it, you'll be inviting Lucky Whitehead to Tacoma. You'll be practicing your military crawls. You've been following Lucky's antics here. You go to Lucky's Instagram. He's like eating protein powder every day. You seen that, VA? That's just Lucky being Lucky, right?
He is the funniest dude like ever. And he has such a good energy, man. Like, just when I go to his page, I'm not gonna lie, I've done it a couple of times with the protein patch, the pre-workout.
Right.
I don't do as much as most guys do. They be doing the whole thing. I just do like a little quarter, and then that really gets you going. You know what I'm saying? So I know his feeling when he's doing this thing and dancing. So, but man, dude's an entertaining dude, and man, can't wait to go crazy with him this year.
Yeah, number 7 should be in fine form from day one, like he always is. I mean, you know, we're talking about your current situation, a little bit about Montreal, and hey, I remember you were a BC Lions property back in 2016. We've talked a lot about that history, but you know, you scan your football bio, it's quite interesting. The football world truly is small, Vernon, and before you go to Oregon for your senior year, of course, you exploded on the scene at Eastern Washington there, the red turf, I believe, but you're still very close with Cooper Kupp. What was that like playing there with a bunch of those guys who have gone on to great things as professionals?
Yeah, man. Coming from Eastern Washington, we had a few guys go NFL. Cooper Kupp, Kendrick Bourne with the Patriots right now, Simba Webster with the Chicago Bears. Few other guys, man. But playing with Coop, man, from day one, I was a redshirt freshman, and he was coming in the redshirt. And he was a little guy, man. He was about 170, but his work ethic was like no one else's. Like, it was like the redshirt seniors' work ethic. And like, he was getting ready to go to NFL already. And he just put on his weight that whole year, and just seeing him work, man, during practice. If he ever lost a one-on-one rep or anything like that, he lined it right back up and told the DB and the quarterback, hey, we're doing the same route. Come on. And then he would win the route. Like, you know, like, he just didn't want to lose. And just great dude, man, Christian dude, husband, father, man. And yeah, man, he was a pro before, you know, a lot of the guys were pros on that team already.
Yeah, it's remarkable when you look at a lot of those guys coming through there. I mean, we haven't even talked about Bo Levi and a couple of your current teammates, TJ Lee, just a prime example of how that program has done very well at developing players. Grew up in Inglewood, California, was it, VA?
Pasadena.
California.
Yeah.
Yes, it still had Cooper Kupp on my mind. Los Angeles Rams, of course, play in Inglewood. But Pasadena, growing up as a kid, who were some of the people you looked up to the most and kind of helped you develop as a person?
Yeah, man. I would say the main quarterback in my area I looked up to, his name is Lance Mitchell. He played quarterback for John Muir High School, went on to Oregon State University and played DB, switched the position to DB, and then now he's the head coach back at John Muir High School. But he was a quarterback and a free safety growing up, but he always did the right thing. He looked out after me, and you know, he showed me the way a little bit. And he was just a guy that I looked up to as another athletic, mobile quarterback, but still trying to do the right things in the, you know, the neighborhood that we grew up in. So, you know, picking the right decisions at the right time.
VA, something I noticed this past season with you on the sidelines and even in practices and everything was your style of leadership. It's very vocal. You're a very encouraging teammate on the sidelines, whether it's the offense, the defense, and even over the playoff run when Nathan was back, you were still talking to the defense, getting them amped up, talking to the receivers, getting them amped up, all that. Is that something you've always had throughout your career? Or is that something you developed growing up, or where did that style of leadership come from? Yeah,
man, I think that's just always been with me, man. I'm a natural leader, and whether I'm starting or not. You know, I want to help the team however I can. And, you know, I try to tell guys my biggest thing is keep your composure. You know, I know things happen and guys start, you know, yelling and fussing and stuff like that. But then you start fussing with each other on the sideline and then your mind's off the game. Now your mind's on this fight. Now we're 7 plays down and you're still thinking about this. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to get guys to, hey, let's stay together, come together. We'll watch the film after and we'll talk about it. But right now, let's keep our composure. Let's have fun, man. Let's play our game, you know, because when the BC Lions have fun and they play at their best ability, like no one, I don't think, it's only a couple of teams that could hang with us. You know what I'm saying? And I seen that when I was in Montreal watching BC early in the year. Like, man, these guys just out there having fun and nobody can do nothing with them. You know what I'm saying? So as long as we do that, man, we keep our composure, we going to be all right. And I'm just going to keep leading the way I'm doing to keep everybody positive and moving forward.
Mm-hmm. And we mentioned that we were looking at your CFL stats earlier before the show, and I was looking at a couple of big milestones on the horizon. You got 10,000 passing yards coming up, 50 touchdowns coming up. But it's year 8 for you now, I believe, in the CFL as a player. I imagine for things left to accomplish, a Grey Cup's probably definitely at the top of that list. What are the things that are motivating you right now?
Definitely. Man, the main thing is wins, man. You win a lot of football games, all those stats and stuff, that stuff's going to come. And that's going to be my biggest goal because, like I said, I've been making big plays happen for a long time, you know what I'm saying? And it's still in me, you know what I'm saying? I scramble, extend the play, and I still got it in me. Now I'm ready to just get these guys the ball as quick as possible, let them do the rest. The big ones will come. But definitely, yeah, a Grey Cup, man, we play this game to be a champion. You know, everyone, you know what I'm saying? And even you guys as well, you guys do the best at what you guys do in the media and stuff because, you know, y'all want to be champions too. So all of this ties in together. You guys, the trainers, the coaches, we all want to be champions. You know what I'm saying? So that is definitely a goal. 14 plus wins, undefeated at home, all are on my list and beating my career highs for this year. So, starts here.
Yeah, you said it. We are a team, no matter what department we in, all here helping strive for the main goal. Hey, you mentioned the fans, VA. We're gonna get to some. Listener questions here in just a minute. New thing we're trying. A lot of guys want to hear from you, but I want to go back. The Western semifinal against Calgary at home. You weren't playing, of course, but over 30,000 fans against a rival. It was loud. Some great performances. I mean, I still get goosebumps thinking about that day, VA. How exciting a day was that from your perspective?
Oh, man. The Western semifinal was amazing altogether, from top down, from marketing, from fans, players. First of all, it was my first time really seeing Nathan play the whole game. You know, he played the week before, but only played a couple series. Right. You know, and he was just getting his rust off. He came back and he played the full game, and I'm just watching him up close, and I'm like, I literally said to myself, he's a dog. Like he's out there with a half foot and making these throws and just 300 plus yards, you know what I'm saying? A few touchdowns, 2 or 3 touchdowns, I think, and just, man, it was just crazy. You know, then the gray uniforms again, we brought those back out. Fans going crazy, man. It was just the whole shebang, and we got the win. You know, first time hosting at home in years. So that was it was fun. It was definitely fun.
Hey, perfect. On that front, the first question we're going to get to is from Twitter. Graham Byatt, regular tweeter to @BC Lions. It was kind of a two-parter. He wants to know, he's asking us, but we're going to hear it from you. Does the squad feel more mean and dangerous in those gunmetal jerseys?
I saw that question. I think it's just something different. Like when you throw in the gray and the black and you just swag it out, you got the black tights, black cleats, just black gloves. It's just something about it that's, you know, what Deion Sanders said, you look good, you feel good, you play good. And I think we went undefeated in the gray uniforms last year. So
yes, that's right. 2-0, 2 big wins. And then he also added, I think this one kind of speaks for himself. For Vernon, what would you consider being a successful season? Grey Cup or bust? I think that's kind of self-explanatory, VA.
Yeah, for me personally, that's what my mind is on. I tell myself it's Grey Cup or bust, because that's what I'm shooting for. I'm shooting for the highest. That's what we're shooting for. Like I said, we play this game to become champions. Obviously, it's 1 week at a time. Injuries happen, things happen, but as long as we stay together, man, and we keep that goal in mind in the long run, then it can be done. I don't think that's the truest thing in the world. Like, oh, if we don't win the Grey Cup, oh, we suck. Nah, but like I said, that's me personally shooting for that.
Moving along, Young Judd on Twitter, YoungJudd_1, a very, very loyal fan. Vernon, last season it was clear to see that your transition into the locker room was seamless, with some familiar faces like Nathan and Bryan Burnham moving on. How excited are you to embrace even more of a leadership role this year?
Yeah, definitely, man. I'm excited to be there from day one, and now I can be more vocal, like nothing crazy, not your drill sergeant type vocal, but just speaking up, when I know the team needs a leader to speak up and stuff like that. Last year I came in the middle of the season and I didn't say much like to the team as a whole a lot and stuff. I just talked to groups at times, like you said, on the sideline, because, I just felt like that wasn't my position, to step up and to do that yet, but now I feel me being there from day one, leading on and off the field, then I'll have that right to speak up to my guys and, tell them when it's time to step it up, tell them when we're doing a great job, and just things like that.
From @Cole McGarvey, I like this one, VA. I know you've probably thought about this. What was Vernon's favorite uniform combo from when he played at Oregon? I know there's a few to choose from, probably.
Man, yeah, because we wore a new uniform every single game. But my favorite uniform we wore that year, we were playing against Stanford at Stanford, and we beat them by 2 points. But we had black helmets, our white jerseys, black pants, black tights, black cleats. And like I said, like the question earlier before, like anything with the black in it just gives you that. Yeah.
I remember that one. That was a pretty lethal combo. The black helmets. The black helmet's very nice touch. Over to Instagram here for one final one. @mbooth83. I know VA has worked out with his receivers in the offseason in the past. Do you plan to do the same now that you're the 2023 starter in BC and your proximity to the Surrey training facility?
Yes, sir. Yes, I do plan on doing another mini camp this offseason with the guys. I've already been talking to some of the guys this past week last week, and I'm just trying to figure out a few things, but it'll get done, it'll get announced, and also on one of the days, we plan on doing a free youth camp for the kids in the area, whether we do it in Tacoma or we do it in Vancouver. We're trying to figure out which place we're going to do that, either Vancouver or Tacoma. So we'll come to a decision, here soon, and you guys will know. And it'll be a good time.
Absolutely. Yeah. Anything, like I was saying, anything we can do to help that. Love to do more of that stuff, getting the kids involved. And I think Nick, I think you'll agree too. I think last year was a big step. We talked about buzz in the market. You got to get the young kids in. Vernon, you know that. You were once a young kid, right? Looking up to the pros. Good on you for thinking that way. That's awesome.
Yes, sir. Definitely, man. It's all about the next generation, man. I remember when I would go to those USC camps and I would see, Reggie Bush and Matt Leinart and those dudes, and they were just giving out gloves and how happy we were, man. And that's why, I always do stuff for the kids, you know what I'm saying? Giving away towels. They're always asking for towels and wristbands after the game, stuff like that. So I know how happy I was. So, yeah, man, anything that got to do with the community this year and stuff like that, I'm ready to get involved in and have a good time and keep bringing those fans out. And the fans that don't really believe in me yet, it's all right, baby. I'm going to get you. We're gonna have some fun with it. We're gonna win.
What would be your message to the fans for why to come out and see the Vernon Adams Jr. offense with the BC Lions this year? You got all their weapons, obviously, but what would be your message to the fans?
Man, because it's gonna be some exciting football, man. I'm gonna play loose. I'm gonna play fearless. I'm gonna have fun, man. The last year, I kind of felt like I had eyes behind me and stuff like that, and over my shoulder and stuff. So I wasn't really playing how I wanted to. And then even in this past year with you guys at the end of the season, I couldn't play free because I was still learning an offense as I was playing. Like I told you, they said we didn't have time to learn all the stuff, all the details. You got to just know the concepts and you just know your reads. And so literally we would line up and I would look to one side and say, oh, Lucky's over there. Okay, they got that route. Oh, he's over there. They got that route. And now now it's only 2 seconds left on the game clock, and I'm like, sit up, and I'm doing all this on the fly. You know what I'm saying? But now I'll be able to learn from day one, and it'll be a much slower game for me. We gonna have fun, exciting football, man. We gonna get it. It's gonna be a good time.
Very well said. You're fired up. We're fired up, and we're ready to get this train rolling. 4 weeks from now is free agency. The off-season calendar definitely heating up. Listen, VA, I always appreciate the time, and we'll be doing more of this going forward. Look forward to it.
Yes, sir, man. Nick, Matt, thank you guys for having me, man. Lions fans, as Alex would say, let's ride.
There you go. Got it in. Love it.
Love it. Appreciate you, VA.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you guys.
And that was one of those interviews where this guy's all in. There's no ifs, ands, or buts.
It aged well, too. It's funny. There's a clip that if you listen to the interview, you just heard it, where Vernon talks about, he's kidding, but he says, with these receivers, if I only throw for 4,500 yards, I'm going to retire. I got to go for more than that. And he ultimately did that with not even a full 18 games played, too, right? So that's something I like with Vernon this year. He's staying healthy. That's how you get to that pace, those high numbers, right? And I think it's aged well, everything Vernon said, and showed when he took the reins over there.
He is all in, make no bones about it. One of the more impressive football resumes of all the guests we've talked to has been Paul McCallum, XFL 1.0 with Las Vegas. He was in Scotland, played and won a World Bowl with the Scottish Claymores. McCallum joined us on episode 46 to also reminisce about his time learning from one of the all-time greats, Louis Pasaglia. And it's our pleasure now to have number 4 in your program, formerly number 4 in your program for all those years. Surrey Rams, BC Lions, Scottish Claymores, the Las Vegas. Why am I drawing a blank, Paul?
The Las Vegas Outlaws.
Outlaws, yes.
Yeah.
See, it's over
not the posse.
Not the posse. Not that we know of. Who knows? Maybe there's a media guide in there that states you attended a mini camp or something. We wouldn't know about it. But it's over 2 decades ago, and we'll get into all that XFL stuff. But it's a pleasure to have you here on First and Now, your podcast debut here. Great to have you aboard. And how's life these days? Real estate must be picking up post-pandemic, huh?
It's taken its time. I mean, unfortunately, with inflation and the interest rates and things like that, it's taken a little longer than I'd like it to. But I'm diving into some commercial real estate ventures that I started commercial when I was in Saskatchewan, so I've picked that up a little bit more here lately. But I'm doing okay.
Was this always the post-football plan for you, Paul?
Yeah, it was. When I was in Saskatchewan, Jason Claremont and I were roommates, and I started to read some books, and then he decided to do the same thing. But I picked it up in Saskatchewan, doing commercial real estate in 2004, and that was kind of what I planned on doing. And then was it 2011? Actually, I was booking showings after Grey Cup, like for 2 days. So the morning of Grey Cup, I was booking showings and things like that. So this was what I've been doing ever since 2004.
You're probably well rested for those showings, right?
Yeah, no, I gave myself 2 days to recover, so it was about enough time for me.
There you go. 2011 was a great year indeed. I'm sure we'll get into that shortly here, but it's been coming up on 7 years, I think, since your retirement. People forget you actually came out of retirement at the end of that 2016 campaign when Richie was struggling a little bit, but is it hard to believe it's been that long, or has it flown by for you, Paul?
It's just flown by. I can remember the whole story, and a quick story on how it happened was the last game that Saskatchewan played in Taylor Field was against the Lions, and I had called the Lions and asked if I could maybe jump on the plane. I'll pay for a ticket, whatnot. They're like, no, business trip, no other people are coming on. And I was like, okay, fine, because I just wanted to go and come back. I ended up took myself to the game. I was up in the media box, actually, play-by-play box with the Saskatchewan Premier and whatnot. And we had a couple of drinks, and unfortunately, Richie missed a field goal just before halftime, and I came out at half, and Neil was walking down the hallway, and I was kind of giving him the gears, saying, you're going into the playoffs. I don't think Richie's comfortable. You need to go get someone else. And I think I was, oh my goodness, I can't think of his name right now. Anyway, he used to kick in Toronto. I said, I think he's available. You should go get him. And anyway, the next morning, I'm pulling up to my house and the phone rings, and I'm like, what does Neil want? Maybe there's something wrong with the house that I just sold him. And he just said, so what are you doing next week? Thought he was joking. So, that's kind of how I came out of retirement.
Yeah, that was, I remember that well too, because was my first year with the team, was on that trip. It was one of those Operation Orange deals where it actually was a full charter. So you would have had to go in like the luggage compartment or something, Paul. But I remember, I'll never forget though, the Monday back in the office, it was Jamie Cartmell, the previous communications director, just came up to me and said, you ready to be stunned? I'm like, well, what's going on now? We're bringing back Paul McCallum. And that was kind of the story of that week going into the playoffs. Good times indeed.
Yeah, no, it was a lot of fun. And, I never said anything at the time, but Neil said, have you been kicking? And I was like, yeah, absolutely. And the only kicking that I had been doing is I'd never actually, from the time earlier in the year, I guess, the year before, it's the last time I kicked a football, and I was only at my daughter's soccer practices and everything like that. So I knew I could do it, but it was funny because I hadn't kicked a ball in over a year. So it was, I didn't tell them that till after, but it was all good.
And Paul, with the BC Lions kicker and punting position now, or kicker position now, Shaun Whyte returned last season, and he's someone that you were familiar with, being teammates back in the early 2000s or in 2010 range. But how happy were you to see Shaun come back to BC and don the orange and black again?
Yeah, no, I was happy for him. I mean, both being BC boys and growing up, and you want to play for your home team, and he kind of had to do the same thing I did. When Louis was here, I had to go elsewhere, and when I was here, he had to go elsewhere. But to be able to come home and play in front of your family, it is special. It's nice and things like that. So I was happy for him.
Back when you guys were teammates in the 2008 to 14 range there, what was that relationship like? Because he's been on the record too saying that he knew he wasn't going to see the field as long as you were a dual kicker punter. But was he there still learning from you or pushing you in practice, or what was that whole dynamic like?
Yeah, I mean, early on when Shaun first came around, it was, I was trying to help him and things like that. But he's a very confident person, and it turned into more of a competition, and me being the old guy having to keep him with the unkitted bay. So it was we're both competitive people, so that's what it do, just business.
Is there any good stories you have of a young Shaun Whyte? Because he's a fun guy to talk to even now, but I'm sure you have something or something that you can air.
PG, of course, yeah.
PG, yeah. I was just thinking, there's a lot of them I can't tell you. Let me think. One of the games, what happened was, I'm not sure if you remember this, and Neil will never forget it because Neil forgot to change Shaun and I got hurt, so I was on the injured list for I don't know however many games, And then when it was time for me to come back off the injured list and start playing again, it was at Empire in 2011. I warm up and I'm getting ready to start the game, and I think the other team kicked off, and we were second and long, and Farhan comes up to me and he says, "You can't play." I go, "What are you talking about? I can't play." And he just goes, "Just a minute." He's listening to, I guess, the TV broadcast in his ear, and he's like, "Yeah, you can't play." He said, "Apparently you're not on the roster. You're still on IR." And so they were racing around for Sean and trying to find him, I guess, get him ready and suited up because he had to play. So, Cato's looking at me, "I need your equipment." And I'm like, "Yeah, no. It's my tailored equipment is just one of those things, right?" So, Sean, I guess what happened was all my pants, my jersey, everything was tailored. And he had been wearing his own stuff, while he was playing. And then what happened was he wanted my pants. He said, Cato came up and said, "Sean wants your pants." I said, "Sean's not getting my pants." I guess I pissed him off, but it was kind of funny. We had a little bit of a disagreement back then on that. But yeah, it was an interesting thing. And I said to Neil jokingly, I said, "If I miss out on any bonuses because you screwed up the roster, I'm taking it out on you." And it was unusual. I mean, Neil will never do that again, that's for sure.
Baptism by fire, as they say, is for Neil, among others. So it's funny how it all goes full circle. I mean, you obviously were a mentor to Shaun Whyte. You came in the early 90s when you were still with the Surrey Rams, practicing with the team, and there was that Pasaglia guy here who wasn't going anywhere for a while, and ultimately you had to go somewhere else to carve out your career as a pro. But when you went into the Hall of Fame, you told this story in your Zoom media press conference, Paul. There was a great story about going out with Louis, and let's be honest, having a bit of a late night and having to show up to practice in the morning, and Louis taught you a valuable lesson. Explain to our listeners what you learned that day.
Oh, yeah. Basically, I just was doing what I was told, and Louis and I went out and had a couple drinks, I guess you could say, or a few. And I might have had more than he did because I sure felt it. But anyway, the next morning, I get up to practice, and I might have been at the tail end of all the players getting on the field, and I look, and Louis is absolutely drenched, soaked, because he had been running. And he's on the far end of the field. And then when I sort of sauntered on, he just ran up to me, or we met on the side or whatever it was. And he just looked at me and he just said, "Start running." And I was like, "Are you kidding me?" He goes, No. He said, "If you're going to come out and have fun and play and everything else, you're going to pay." He said, "So start running." And I'm like, "You're kidding." He says, "Nope." So anyway, back then I just did as I was told. It wasn't the coach, it was Lou. So, it's one of those things where he's one of the hardest working guys. Everything was business, and you could very, very competitive. You could see even when he would play racquetball, because back in the day where the storage is in the facility, those racquetball courts were used for racquetball, not storage. And so,
yeah,
any kind of competition, he was focused. So, it's just one of those things I learned from him from way back when, is if you're going to go and have fun, better be prepared to go work twice as hard the next morning.
That is a great story. And, Louis got that Italian blood in him, so he's able to burn the candle at both ends probably, too. No different than Scottish blood in a way, Paul.
Yeah.
2011, we've talked this about you before. I mean, one of the wins I'll always remember during that great turnaround was the Calgary game. I think it was the second game back at the renovated Dome. 53-yarder with no time left to beat the Stampeders. And he ended up beating Calgary on a tiebreaker for first place at the end of the year. So no debating how big that kick was. But did you have to talk Wally into letting you go out there and kick that one? How did that work?
No, I've told this story, and actually, funny enough, I didn't realize, but Wally's told the story. Hitting people don't realize this, but there is a bit of a breeze in the stadium, and hitting it one way or the other can make a difference. And anyway, I had just missed a long kick prior to that, and Larry Taylor ran it all the way back for a touchdown to go up by 2, I think it was. And so then we got the ball back, and Travis got us within range. And for me, I thought we were within range, and so I just started walking on the field. And Wally he's always about 5 years on the field, and he didn't really look at me. He just kind of had his hand up, and he was waving me off as if to say, well, we might go for this on a Hail Mary or something. But I just waved him off, and I just kept walking. And then he looked at me, and I kept walking. And he kind of, all right, it's on your shoulders. And off I went. So I always tell the story where I waved Wally off and went out. But yeah, it was good that I made it. That's for sure.
When it comes to kicks like those, we talked to Sean about this past season. He had to hit a game winner at Calgary last season. But when you're in the field and you know it's the final play of the game, and you're either going to win the game or lose the game, like, do you remember what's going through your mind in those moments? Is the pressure actually hitting you, or are you just thinking, I got to kick this ball as hard as I can?
No, I mean, it's really hard to describe. For me, I always would be just getting in range, and I'd be looking at the clock and looking at the score, and I would run up to the special teams coach and I would say, look, get me this close, get me that close. And I just, relished having the opportunity to do that. It's just something I always wanted. When I was playing soccer as a kid growing up, I'd always tell the coach, either put me first or put me last. And I enjoyed being last. I ran into a couple guys that I played juvenile soccer growing up, youth soccer, and they always remembered it's a bit of a longer story, but I got to go play in the club national championship, and I had the last kick, the penalty kicks to win the national championship, and I stood there, and in my head, I was waiting to sort of psych the goalie out by just not going, and just stood there because I knew I was going to make it, and then I went up and I kicked it, and I remember the coach coming up to me and saying, "What the hell were you doing? You were taking so long." He goes, "Were you freaked out, nervous?" And I go, "No." He goes, "I was trying to psych the goalie out. I just wanted to make him nervous." And he just looked at me. So I guess it's just the type of person I am. I just relished having that opportunity.
We've talked a lot about your CFL accolades and Grey Cups, but you made a couple other interesting stops along the way. Talked just now about your soccer history too, but 1996, you were with the Scottish Claymores and won a World Bowl, the World League of American Football, I think that was called.
Yeah.
What was that whole experience like, and how big was that maybe compared to winning Grey Cups or other championships in North America?
You know what? For me, it was a completely different experience. My whole family, my mom's got 4 brothers, 4 sisters, and the 2 girls and 2 boys lived in Glasgow, and where I was living and playing out of, and the other 2 and 2 lived in Canada. So for me, I was going to practice, and I could go hang out with my cousins that I never really grew up with. So from that perspective, it was something special. And then the football, it was just it was interesting because there's a lot of British people that really love, they call it American football, and to go over there and see the excitement and everything else, it was special. And the group of guys that we had, the format was real different. If you won the first, I think it was, if you won the first 5 games, then you all automatically get to host it. So we already knew we had a pretty strong team, so we had to host it. But yeah, it was special. And another interesting story is I still remember today. It was the June 23rd was the World Bowl in 1996, and Saskatchewan's first home opener was June 22nd. And then Jim Daly, I remember calling me, telling me that I can just miss the World Bowl and come. I need to come back, and I just had to remind him. I said, "You realize I'm not under contract, so I'll sign that when I get home." But yeah, no, it was real special. I got to hit I think it was the first 50-yard field goal in the World Bowl. We won the game, and we got to the airport, and I think there's 4 of us that had to fly all the way to Washington, Seattle, like Seattle, Washington, or Vancouver, and we got to the airport, and I think I actually told the person that we were supposed to be upgraded to first class, and somehow it happened. So we get to fly all the way from Scotland all the way back to Vancouver and Seattle in first class. But yeah, it's quite the trip.
Winning a World Bowl title, I would hope they would roll out the red carpet. I mean, first class, caviar on the flight home. Yeah,
I might have bent somebody's ear, but it worked, and it was a comfortable flight home because we were a little bit tired, to say the least.
Yeah, on the
coming home, but it was good. A lot of fun memories, and I still talk to some guys to this day in Scotland and in Seattle. Foray Duckett's one of the guys, and believe Kahari Jones was on that team.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so long time ago.
Small football world, no matter where you're playing. You're also the answer to a trivia question here. I'm sure you know this. We have you as the only player in league history, CFL history, to play against the Ottawa Rough Riders, the Ottawa Renegades, and the Ottawa Red Blacks.
And played for the Ottawa Rough Riders.
And you did play for the Ottawa Rough Riders back in the early 90s. That's correct.
Yeah.
What are some of the memories there? I mean, the franchise obviously wasn't always on solid ground, hence why they ceased operations after 1996. But what are some of the memories of playing for and against each of those Ottawa franchises?
Interesting enough, my first game for Ottawa was against Winnipeg, and it was my first professional game where I was actually punting the ball. And it was cold and windy, and I think my very first punt might have gone 12 yards. and Bob Cameron came up to me because I didn't even go in at halftime. I just was out practicing, trying to kick into the wind. And Bob Cameron came out a little earlier, and he basically said, "Hey kid, just so you know, don't feel bad. My first punt went backwards, like the other way." But then he told me what he thought I should do as far as tilting the ball down, gave me some pointers, and made a huge difference. But there was that, and then the other memory would be, I think, because I was playing with Saskatchewan at the time, and we had a terrible season the season before, and so the Renegades just came into the league, and they put us against them for the season opener. And what had happened was, I had just signed back with Saskatchewan, and Eric Tillman was trying to get me to come to Ottawa, and he offered me a huge contract, which I did take because he was throwing the money away. But anyway, so we played them, and then I kicked a 48-yarder to tie the game with no time left on the clock, and then overtime I kicked a 55-yarder to win it. That was their very first game against the Renegades, and I kicked the winners against them.
And when Matt was going with trivia, wrote that last question, I thought you were going to bring up the XFL trivia, that you were the first person to score points in league history in the inaugural season in 2001. But when you think of the Las Vegas Outlaws, like, what's the first thing that pops into your head?
Oh boy. We're talking about Las Vegas, yeah. An interesting thing was Darcy Dollum, who he played for the Riders for a few games until I went there. And then, anyway, I met him when I went down to Vegas. I found out he was there. He invited me to a friend's house to watch the Super Bowl, and during training camp that we were having down there, because training camp was in February, and they were from Montreal, and camp was just about coming to an end, and we were out looking for places to live, and they were Darcy's asking me, and I was talking about it, and anyway, this couple, I was driving home after the game, and the couple called me and said, "Look, if you need, you can if you need a place for a week or two or whatever, you can come and stay with us. They lived in a gated community. They backed onto a golf course. I mean, they had the pool and the hot, like it was beautiful. So anyway, I also never took a car down there. And then Darcy introduced me to a friend whose father owned an exotic car rental place. So I was paying, I think it was $400 a month to live in this beautiful, beautiful house on a golf course. And I was paying $12 a day, and I was driving a Porsche Boxster convertible, living the life down there. And I'll admit this, but I was expecting my second child, and my ex-wife now, she did not want to come to Vegas to have her child, so she stayed in Saskatchewan, minus 32 degree weather, and I was flying in, my mother, her friends, and everybody while I was in Vegas. So anyway, I come home after the season. I did go home to see my daughter, but when I came home after the season, I had a friends of mine come over who had come to Vegas, and they were showing pictures to me, and my wife at the time was sitting beside me. And she, obviously I'm not going to tell her that I'm driving around on a Porsche all the time and whatnot. So she's looking at these photos, and there's pictures of me and my buddies in these convertibles on Harleys. And she's like, oh, okay, I'm in Saskatchewan giving birth to your kids and raising your kids, and you're in Las Vegas living there. And I'm like, hey, look, you could have come down. You said no. So what do you want me to say? No, I better not drive that Porsche because my wife will be upset. Give me a station wagon. So that's the first thing that comes to mind from a non-football part. But the other thing would be Sam Boyd Stadium. We sold it out for the inaugural game when Vince McMahon did the whole this is not the NFL and whatnot. And I gave the tickets to my roommates, and he told me that he was offered walking through the door $700 a ticket for these tickets. I was like, jeepers! Like it was there, because there was no professional football there other than us when we were there. We'd walk into any nightclub, any establishment, and if they knew you played for the Outlaws, you were treated as if you're an NFL player. Like it was pretty. And there's lots to do down there. I would live there tomorrow, but you don't have to go near the Strip. I really like it down there. It's interesting, to say the least.
As far as your teammates that season, the starting running back for the Outlaws was Rod Smart, famously known as He Hate Me.
He Hate Me.
Yeah. What was Rod like during that season?
Oh, he was hilarious. We were all sitting in the trainer's room in the hotel during training camp when we had just had a meeting, and they had said you can put whatever you want on the name bar. So then we're in the training room, and their guys are saying, well, what are you going to do? Excuse me. And, Rod had his saying, and then they were saying to me that they wanted me to put laces out on the back of my jersey, and they wanted me to kick an extra point, go out, and do the replacements. They wanted me to kick an extra point with a cigarette in my mouth, right? I was like,
Yeah.
Oh, no. I still at that point still wanted to try and go to the NFL. And I thought, no, we don't want this clown. So, but we were walking through an airport. I can't remember which airport it was, and it was a woman's, I think it was University of Georgia's women's track and field team started walking past us, and they recognized him, and they stopped him, and they're asking for his autograph. And the rest of the guys are making fun of him and everything, but he was loving it. But he had a really good sense of humor. That guy, probably still does, but yeah, he was just full of fun.
The Replacements. That was the Welsh kicker, right? That did that with the cigarette in that movie. Yeah. Keanu Reeves is the quarterback. Yeah. Underrated.
Yeah.
Gene Hackman was the coach, I think, right? Yeah.
Yes, he was. Yeah.
Nick, check it out. I know that's before your time.
I've seen it.
You've seen it. Okay.
I get that reference.
All right.
Yeah.
I love it. Hey, Paul, listen, this was fun. It's always fun, but even more fun when we can sort of branch out and go down memory lane. Congratulations again on the Hall of Fame. I know we were proud to cover that, seeing you will actually go to Hamilton this year. The Lions didn't go to Hamilton in 2022, but we always we go up there and we pay tribute to all the Lion busts, so we'll be happy to see yours.
Yeah, no, appreciate it. I got a photo of Louis' bust up there. I think I did a selfie with it as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, from late nights at camp to side-by-side bus. That's a great story in itself. Thanks as always, Paul, and we'll be sure to catch up. Oh, one more thing. I'd be remiss if I didn't bring this up. You still go to a lot of the games, and I hear you enjoy the Den, the Truly Den. Is that correct?
Yes, I actually have 2 booths up there, and so actually, I haven't done anything formally, but I'm looking to do something here, to promote obviously my real estate business, but to maybe take some fans up. I've got, like I said, I've got 8 seats in the Den, and this year I might be getting another 4 on the sideline. I went down there. Those seats are pretty awesome. It's an experience I think that all fans should experience. Being that close to the players on the sideline and to the game, to see how fast it is, and how hard some of those hits are. It's a lot different than sitting up high. So I'm thinking about doing some promotional work with the team, and we'll see some more fans in the seats hopefully this year, and hopefully I can bring some.
Anything we can do to help, you know where to find us. That's awesome to hear, Paul.
Appreciate it, guys.
Thanks again.
Thanks, Paul.
All right, thanks, guys.
Paul McCallum, I miss having him around. He was doing the radio sidelines in 2023. Still see him at the home games this year, but all the time in the world for Paul, who had, I think right before this, or the year before this, had been inducted to the Canadian Football Hall of Fame.
Yeah, lots of good stories there, and I feel like Paul's one of those guys, just based off where his football career took him, that he could have stories for days, and it could go on and on and on, but some really funny stories about his XFL days that we got to listen to.
Very insightful indeed. Our alumni series leading up to 2023 training camp, and you can download all of these by subscribing to First and Now. But we talked with Solomon Elimimian. He had just been announced as part of the 2023 Canadian Football Hall of Fame class, and he talked about some of his early days with the BC Lions, where he had to overcome some adversity to earn a spot. And it is now our great pleasure to have the soon-to-be minted Canadian Football League Hall of Famer. Those inductions will take place, as per usual, in September in Hamilton. Solomon Elimimian joins us now, and we've been lucky to be in Hamilton for the Hall of Fame game at least once. It is quite the spectacle. But Solly joins us. Congratulations, sir, and what went through your mind when you first got the call? It was Wally himself that informed you, correct?
Yeah, that's right. Wally called me, just gave me a heads up, called me early morning and said, "Hey, Solomon, congratulations. I'm glad to tell you that you have been, nominated to be inducted to the Hall of Fame for the 2023 class." And obviously I was excited. I was working out, and it was for sure exciting. I was surprised and, definitely thankful to get the call.
Now, obviously, the reaction, it's been pretty much just about a week to the day of this recording. What kind of reaction, anyone surprise you as far as all the people that reached out to congratulate you? What were some of the highlights there?
Well, yeah, just that, the outpouring from, family and friends and so many people that I've crossed paths with, in my life, not just in my career, reached out to me. Friends from high school, friends from middle school, reached out to me just to congratulate me on a, outstanding accomplishment to be Hall of Fame. But, it really didn't hit me till I, spoke to my folks. I told my folks, and, that's when it kind of hit me how proud they were of me, how much, how emotionally challenging it was, obviously, the support that they gave me for so many years playing professional, sports, all the injuries I went through, I just know how much of, how much impact it had on my family being there for me. And that's kind of when it hit me, when they, said that they were proud of me. And, specifically talked to my dad, and he said, you make me proud as a son. That's kind of, the highlight moment for me. My older brother, who's really coached me all my life, who's coaching at the University of Hawaii, just called me, said, job well done. You did it. So it was definitely, definitely overwhelming for sure.
When it comes to the relationship you had with Coach Wally Buono, I was reading an article posted on CFL.ca about a quote you had where you said the first 3 or 4 years we probably didn't like each other, but then once you won that Most Outstanding Player award, it turned into more of a father-son relationship. Can you just describe those first 3 years with Wally, and then obviously the year that you had, how it changed that relationship in 2014?
Yeah, Wally is a father figure, and for so many years, we had our I would say contentious relationship for sure. Obviously Wally worked me out at my tryout in LA, and it was in LA, so we worked out, and he said, "Yep, you have some, something there. Not as fast as we would like." He said, "There's another workout in Vegas 6 weeks later. Come on out to that, and we'll see what's what." So, I obviously prepared for it. I kept calling Wally and texting Neil. And after the Vegas workout, nothing right away, but I kept bugging them, and they finally gave me a contract to come to Canada. And, I just think that he just got tired of me pestering him. And, for the first few years, our relationship was, contentious for sure. Remember my first training camp, had a really good week. Unfortunately, I tweaked my hamstring, and I'm in a training room trying to rehab my leg. Wally walks in the training room, and at the time our head trainer was Bill Rochelle, and I'm there, getting treatment, and Wally, walks up and talks to Billy. He said, "Hey, Billy, tell number 56, or he said, tell Solomon if he doesn't, play this game, he's going home." And he walks right out. And I look at Billy. Billy looks at me, and I tell Billy, "I guess I got to play this game." And just wrap my leg up, go out there, and do the best I can. And he was just hard on me. He was hard on me. And in his mind, he was going to do whatever it took for him to get the most of me. And I think he did that. I would say that's Wally's biggest talent in my mind, is being able to get the most out of guys, being able to motivate guys. And I'm a highly motivated individual. So when you tell me I can't do something, I'm going to take that in stride, and I'm going to prove you wrong. And, once I won the MOP in 2014, I would say, the relationship, solidified, the relationship changed for sure. And, it was kind of like, you proved yourself. You were able to prove yourself. And obviously there was concerns that I couldn't stay healthy. There was concerns that, yep, I had a lot of potential, but could I put it all together? And I was able to finally do that. In 2014 when I won MOP for sure. So Wally's one of the, I would say, top, people in my life in terms of influential people in my life, was able to motivate me in different ways, and, just a great head coach and a great man, somebody that you look up to for sure.
Is that when you talk about having to pretty much ask again for even to get a shot in training camp in 2010, was that something you were comfortable doing back then, or is that something you really had to kind of step out of your element zone and have the mindset of you miss 100% of the shots you don't take?
Nah, it was something I was comfortable doing. Coming out of high school, Crenshaw High School, I had a lot of Pac-10 at the time. It was Pac-10 conference. I had a lot of universities just say, I wasn't big enough, and, scholarships weren't being offered. And I only had one scholarship, and that was to the University of Hawaii. Obviously, my older brother went there, so I followed in his footsteps. But it's something I always had to do. It's something that I always had to prove, scratch and claw my way, just to get an opportunity. And that's all I ask, is give me an opportunity. And even to this day, one of the things that Wally brings up at that time in 2010 was I flat out told him, I said, if you give me a contract, I promise you won't regret it. And he still reminds me about that, what I told him that day. And that's just, who I am. I just want an opportunity to prove, myself right. And, that's always been my life. I've always had to work hard for everything that I've been given. And I just say to myself, as long as I have an opportunity, I'm going to make the most of it. So it was something I was definitely comfortable doing. Was no shame at all. And I knew that if I was able to get a contract with BC Lions, that I would be able to, reach my goals and make my dreams come true and really get out the house, get out of my parents' house, really. That's really what I wanted to do. I didn't have a plan B. And quite frankly, I didn't want a plan B. It was play professional football. And I was going to do everything it took to get there.
Back in 2010 too, I'm curious to know, what did you know about the CFL heading into it? Were you familiar with the league and the teams and even the style of the game that's much different than down in America? Or what was your knowledge coming into that camp?
Yeah, so 2009 I was on the Buffalo Bills. I get cut, released there, and pretty much for the whole rest of the year, I just train, I work out, and in my mind, I'm going to get another chance. I don't know where. I don't know if it's going to be NFL, and I didn't know much of Canada. And obviously, my phone stopped ringing. And my older brother, Abe, he says, hey, listen, there's a Canadian Football League. They have a workout. Why don't you go and, see what's about, right? I didn't know much about it. But once I kind of committed to it and said, okay, there's another opportunity to become a professional athlete, I delved into it. I put my all into it, right? And obviously it worked out really well. Canada is a fantastic country. The CFL is a league of, great opportunity. It's enriched my life, and I'm fortunate that I got an opportunity to play in Canada, play, with the BC Lions, and obviously end my career with the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
Solly, you hit on it briefly. 2014, you make history, first defensive guy to win MOP. Unheard of, might not ever happen again. But you had some bumpy stops along the road. The year after, you tear your Achilles in Hamilton, low point of your career. Take us through that process. Was there ever a time when you were coming back, rehabbing, saying, you know what, is this worth it? Because you came back and performed at your elite level again. What was that like? That must have been an eye-opener for you, that whole thing.
Yeah, it was a roller coaster. And even 2013, I was a West Division All-Star, but unfortunately I missed the playoff game that we lost to Saskatchewan in. And there were some concerns that, I couldn't stay healthy. And I was actually on a trade block in the beginning of 2014, the offseason of 2014, leading up to the 2014 season. And I was close to being traded that year. And I remember going upstairs. My agent called me and said, hey, Sol, you on the trade block? Wally wants to have a talk with you. So I go upstairs, I talk to Wally, and I'll never forget. He says, we have concerns about you staying healthy, but Mike Benavides feels like, he wants to build the defense around you. That's one thing I love about Wally. He's going to give you the honest answer. And, I got to thank Coach Benny for, just the support and the confidence there. And it motivated me tremendously. I was going to prove myself right. And I had a fantastic year in 2014. And then once 2014 ended, unfortunately, 2015 comes and, I trained my butt off all offseason. I'm going to do it again. And unfortunately, I had a setback. I tore my Achilles. And it was in Hamilton. And I remember maybe a day after, I'm reading the newspaper, the sports section, and, it kind of reads that obviously Achilles injuries are tough injuries to come back from. And a lot of players don't come back from it. So it kind of gave me a chip on my shoulder. And I remember reading that article, just, pissed off. And, here I was a year removed from being the most outstanding player, being the best player in the CFL. And I just knew I had to prove myself again, right? And I remember how the article made me feel. And in my mind, I was going to get back to the status that I was before. And all offseason, I trained. I went back to L.A., and my mom said, look, Saul, you got one job. Don't worry about anything else. One job is get healthy, rehab, and have faith in God. And you know what? You'll be where he wants you to be. You'll be back on top. And I remember how tough it was. Every day I would go drive to Carson on that 405 freeway, and I would rehab every day. And I remember my trainer at the time, she would always, go through the rehab process, and she would say, all right, Saul, look, we had a solid day today. I don't want you doing anything extra, okay? Like, what the rest factor is part of the rehab, okay? So your body needs time to rest. And I would just smirk and nod my head. And when I get back home, I take a little nap, eat some food, and I would go working out again, whether it's running some hills, doing some stairs, because in my mind, I just knew that I had to stretch the body and I didn't want no setbacks for the 2016 year. But, when I think back of all the accomplishments I was able to receive, and you finally are able to, sit back and, reflect, it is those times. It's the times when you didn't have a job. It's the times where, you tore your Achilles. It was times where, folks said that you weren't able to accomplish something. That's what makes me proud. And that's why I tell the young guys, that's what winning is. It's, the accomplishments is just a validation of the work that you put in. Winning is being able to overcome any situation, that's tough, any situation that's challenging. That's winning. And football is beautiful because that's life. You have issues with, your family, your friends, your job. You go through things in life. We all do, right? But being able to win is being able to dig inside when it feels uncomfortable and being able to overcome, those challenges, right? And, that's what I'm proud about, from that 2015 experience was I blew out my Achilles and I had to look deep inside. And I thank God for giving me the faith to be able to overcome, to thank God for, putting the folks in my life, family that supported me to be able to overcome. And really, it's a beautiful thing.
And so you come back 2016 and you win a second outstanding defensive award. And I'll never forget, that was my first year working with this team. And the first road game the team had that year was in Hamilton in week 2, the same place where you'd gotten injured. And I remember interviewing after for bclines.com, and you were emotional. It was the same spot. And I think you led the team with tackles that night. You had a big forced fumble. You left Hamilton off the scoreboard other than just a field goal. I think we won 28-3. Just getting back and knowing that you were able to do it. Obviously, I saw it firsthand. That was really emotional for you.
Yeah. Just because that whole year was emotional. You got to understand, in 2014, once I won the Most Outstanding Player Award, Most Outstanding Defense Player Award, being close to being traded, right, and being able to put everything together, you feel like you're on top of the world, right? And then you have this setback, a big setback where, you tear your Achilles and you miss the whole 2015 year. And you have people asking, could you do it again? You had, people on the team question whether you're going to be able to even be healthy to start the season off, right? And renegotiating your contract. That was something that I had to do, renegotiate my contract. And so it was emotional when I was able to get back on the field. Definitely a blessing. And, I would say that it's just my biggest attribute. Like, you can measure my size, you can measure my speed, but you can't measure my will. And I think that's one thing that's set me apart from many players is my will to overcome, my will to persevere. I'm highly motivated, individual, and you have to have will. You have to have a mental fortitude that, besides, what you're able to see, besides the obstacles you're able to overcome and, have that will to push you over the top. So 2016 was an emotional year, and obviously getting back and winning Defense Player of the Year was just a, testament to just having faith, believing in God, and, having good people around you, good coaches, great teammates, but a family structure that really supports you through thick and thin.
That 2016 season and the following one too in 2017, you put up those crazy numbers in tackles, 129 in 2016, 143 in 2017. So playing the full 18 games as well. When you're making that many plays throughout an entire season, was there something different in those years that you were doing to stay healthy, make sure you're not getting injured or just keeping that pace throughout the whole season?
Well, yeah, obviously the game slows down. I played the game, for many years at that point. So I was at my peak physically, but mentally the game just slowed down. And obviously, I was in pretty much the same defense for a while on the same team, Mike Benavides, but also Mark Washington under them. So I kind of knew the defense, and I put so much work into the film session to be able to understand what offenses were trying to do and how offenses would try to attack our defense. That's one of the keys that, you're able to study is not what the offense, might want to do or how they want to put points up, but, self-scouting. What do they see in you on the defense or see you as a player? How may they try to attack you, or what weaknesses do they think that they see in your defense, right? So all those things came together. Obviously, my work ethic, off season, I'm dialed in, right? There is no second job. It's really just wake up and train and get ready for the season. So, it was a special time for sure. Just being able to put together back-to-back solid seasons. It's tough, right? It's CFL, right? You're playing 18 games and you play linebacker where physicality is a must, right? And it's not easy for sure, but it's something you love doing. And like I said, you put the work in the off season, and it definitely pays off.
You're also someone who has a ton of personal awards throughout your CFL career, but you got the big one too. That's a team award in 2011, being the Grey Cup championship with the Lions. After that win, do you remember some of the thoughts or some of the memories that you have that you could share about that championship win?
Yeah, that was a special year. Really special guys, a group of guys. Everything came together. It's like making that perfect, that perfect meal, right? A perfect lasagna, a perfect steak, and it's all the ingredients just kind of come together. Everything is ripe. Everything is seasoned. And, the beautiful part about that season was we started off 0-5. I think we went 1-6. We made a couple trades. And actually something funny, I think we lose to Edmonton. And after the game, we're down. And Wally comes in. Wally says, "Hey, guys, have we hit rock bottom yet?" And the guys say, "No, we haven't, coach." And Wally slams his hand on the table. He says, "Yes, we've hit rock bottom." And he says, "Guys, you know why we've hit rock bottom?" And everybody, doesn't want to answer because you're always wrong when Wally asks a question. Obviously, that's, Wally's thing. And he says the reason why is because if you hit rock bottom, the only way to go is up. And everyone looked around like, yeah, that makes sense, right? And, we made a couple trades, and I think we were able to win 12 of our next 13 games. And I've never been on a team where we were so focused. We were so loose. It felt like practice, really did. We came into games, knowing that we were going to win. The only question was, how many points are we going to win by? The confidence throughout the team was something you really could feel. And, it was a no-brainer in our minds that we were going to win the Grey Cup that year, well before we went into the playoffs. So like I said, everything came together. Veteran group of guys, great group of guys, bought into team concept, fantastic coaching. And it was the second year of my career. And here I am thinking, like, we're going to get back every single year. Like, no team can beat us. And we were really stacked. And one thing that I do regret is the fact that I didn't enjoy it more. When you win the Grey Cup the second year of your career, you kind of take it for granted because, you feel like, okay, well, it's his second year. I got maybe 8-10 more years to play left, so we'll get to 3 or 4 other ones. But it's special. Winning the Grey Cup, you got to come together at the right time. You got to gel. You need guys to be really selfless and care about each other and love each other. And, when it happens, it's a beautiful thing. So that was definitely one of the top memories that I have in the Canadian Football League.
Of the moments that you did enjoy that win in 2011, is there one, like, maybe event with your teammates that sticks out?
There's a few of them. It's a few of them. It's the pregame, right? I just remember before the games, the locker room, how loose it was. Guys were playing cards before a football game. Like, guys would get in there, 2-3 hours before a football game, and we're playing cards. It's just the atmosphere. Like, you would think that we would be getting ready to go practice because that's what guys do. They loosen up, Usually before a game, everyone's kind of focused in the zone, warming up. Everybody's doing their own thing. But, that year I would say that you come in the locker room and you would think we were having a party. Guys is, rapping, playing cards, telling jokes. It was an outstanding atmosphere. So I would say, obviously that was something that I remember vividly. And, it was definitely a special year.
Well, Solly, a lot of special moments, and lo and behold, the induction ceremony, where else would it be? Tim Hortons Field in Hamilton. When the day comes and you finally get to see your bust, and you're going to be surrounded by your fellow induction class, including John Bowman, who I know you know and respect very well, dealing with the CFLPA stuff with him, of course, as well as football. What's going to go through your mind when the moment is finally there a few months from now?
Well, definitely making sure that John makes weight. We've been texting back and forth, and we motivate each other. I'm like, John, now look, we gotta get you right. You gotta be in that suit, looking like you played, not looking like you played, 20 years ago. So that's something we joke about all the time. But honestly, it's just being, inducted and being around obviously great players. Players that made impacts in the Canadian Football League, a storied professional league over 100 years. Just being inducted alongside those guys will be a great moment. But for me personally, it's just, to really appreciate my family. I'm gonna have my family up there, and, I told everybody, hey, listen, I want you guys all up there, and just really appreciate them for what they were able to do, because I couldn't have accomplished this without them. There was times when, I was going through it, and they supported me through thick and thin. So it's really just appreciation of my family and also my friends and my coaches that helped me get there. So I'm sure I'll be emotional. I'm not an emotional guy, but, making people happy brings me joy, right? Especially the people that had your back, right? Those people had my back, and I want to make them happy, and seeing the joy on their face is going to be everything, all the celebration, all the joy, that I'll need.
Very well said. Listen, congratulations again. I know you've done a few of these already, well earned, and perhaps we'll talk to you again once the day is officially here. Solomon Elimimian, one of the best to ever suit up, number 56. And I'm sure there'll be more honors for you down the road here, but this obviously the pinnacle. Solly, thank you, sir, again, and congratulations.
Matt, Nick, thanks for having me. Appreciate it. Take care.
Congratulations.
Solly, one of the all-time bests, Grey Cup champion in 2011, of course, and one of those guys who's made BC, made Canada his home now.
And similar to getting Bryan on right when he retired, it was awesome to get Solly on right when he got inducted into the CFL Hall of Fame. So a lot of prestigious honors coming down for the Lions these past couple of years, and getting the guests that we have access to shows it right there.
And speaking of legends, this past March, I think it was, we announced the 2000 Grey Cup champions will go into the Wall of Fame on September 13th as part of Legends Night. Jamie Terrace, Sean Millington joined episode 87 to talk about a couple of things from that 2000 team, including an interesting battle between Millington and Robert Drummond in the backfield. And as mentioned, to kick off this episode of First and Now, we're very excited to welcome the 2000 Grey Cup champions to our Wall of Fame. Well, officially we'll do so on September 13th when we play host to the Toronto Argonauts, and we're going to bring in two members of that team, two great BC Lions whose names are synonymous with Grey Cups. In fact, I believe each of these gentlemen both won 2 with the franchise. Nick, of course, we broke down the 94 win on our previous episode of First and Now. But Sean Millington, former MOP in the CFL, as mentioned, Grey Cup champion, is with us, as well as Jamie Terrace, needs no introduction, offensive lineman and current Director of Community Partnerships. That was a very long but well-deserved intro. But gentlemen, welcome to the program.
Thanks a lot, man. Appreciate being here. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, and
Diesel.
Yeah, the Diesel, of course. Yes. Sean, we'll start with you because we don't get a chance to talk to you quite as much. But what goes through your mind when you think of the 2000 champions and they're soon to be placed on the Wall of Fame?
Wow, I guess the simplest answer would be it was all about transitions. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that was the first team with a losing record in the CFL to win the Grey Cup, and what was required in order for us to go from a team that was frankly in disarray and really struggling to one that caught lightning in the proverbial bottle at the right time and managed to ride that all the way to a championship. That's something that is hard to overstate. And I think it was there, obviously Jamie, you were there, and we it was a great time that we both had a great enjoyment of.
Yeah, and Jamie, I guess expanding on that, I mean, I know there was talk about doing this in 2020 to commemorate the 20-year anniversary. We know there was no season, and there were other circumstances that went on. But when it came time to talk about this amongst the Wall of Fame committee, I have to assume it was a no-brainer, right?
Absolutely. I mean, you're right. We were wanting to induct the team in 2020, and then COVID hit, but Sean hit it on the head. I mean, you think about, I think the first team in the history of the CFL to win the Grey Cup with a losing record. I don't know if that's happened since, but that's an incredible accomplishment. And just my memory of all of that was exactly as Sean was talking about. We were a team that was growing into itself. There were so many changes, coaching changes with Coach Mons leaving the team and then Coach Brado taking over, and even player changes. There were players on our Grey Cup team that had one game during the regular season or 0 games. There's one fellow, I think Kelly Snell, had 0 games in the regular season, and his first and only game ever playing as a BC Lion was in the Grey Cup. So there were a lot of new faces coming in as we tried to build a team that could make a charge for the championship.
So, Sean, you talk about the transitions that had to be made throughout that season, and oftentimes across professional sports, when you see a team that's around the 500 mark and you play them in the first round of the playoffs, it's usually like free space in the bingo card, right? Easy win. But what was one or two things that allowed that 2000 team to prevail past the regular season struggles and go on that 3-0 run in the playoffs?
I think Coach Brado gave us a belief in ourselves. He allowed the guys to do what they did best. And because he was brought in midway through the season, and he didn't come in with this overarching, well, this is the way I do things and everybody needs to toe the line and kind of crack the whip on people, sort of a mindset. And I think Coach Mons had a very different philosophy that guys hadn't really bought into. And his approach to that lack of buy-in was, well, too bad. And that doesn't really inspire professional athletes. I'm not sure who that inspires, but I'll just say that it didn't inspire me. And while I still argue with Coach Brado about a few things, he at least took the leash off a little bit, in my opinion. And when it was working, he kept doing it, right? Like, I'm an all-star running back at that point. Like, I've got a proven track record and I'm barely seeing any touches. Like, that makes no sense to me. And I bitched about that with Mons. And I'm like, look, you can call me selfish or whatever you want to call me, but it's only in the best interest of the team that I have high output. And it's not like we're getting it somewhere else. Like, if we were cranking and we were winning games, then fine. But I felt I had something to contribute, and I felt Coach Brado allowed me to do that. And I felt he did that with a number of other individuals as well, which is some of the contributing factors to us turning the season around.
And then, Jamie, at the same time, though, this was also a team that had gone 13-5 the year prior, loaded with superstar talent like the two of you, but there was also Damon Allen at quarterback, Louis Pisegli, obviously still in his prime at the end of his career. So at the same time, though, right, there was a lot of talent on that roster to install the belief that you guys could do that, win a championship.
Oh, yeah. We had Alfred Action Jackson at receiver, Jimmy the Jet Cunningham, Robert Drummond, an outstanding tailback that was part of the dynamic duo with Millie. Don Blair, who was a great Canadian receiver out of the University of Calgary. Then we picked up Jimmy Oliver, who was a speedster later in the season, who really helped. And we had a lot of talent, and I think speaks to Sean's point. And actually, Coach Campbell mentioned this at the coaching clinic this past weekend. Every team in the CFL has talent, and a lot of times it's about that chemistry. It's about the team believing in themselves and believing in one another and believing in the coaching staff and what we're trying to accomplish. And I think that was the difference. I remember on our Grey Cup ring, we put the word believe. It was Louis' last year. He was going to retire. We all kind of rallied around that. There was a lot of people on that team that had never won a Grey Cup. Joe Powpow, who everyone loved, he'd never won a Grey Cup championship either as a player or a coach. And we had players that had played a long time in the league that hadn't won. And I think as a team, we started to believe in each other, and we rallied behind those stories of the guys that we played with, and that became our mantra moving forward. And we caught a lot of teams by surprise. I mean, when you're 8-10, nobody takes you seriously, right? And a little bit of flash forward to Montreal last year, they gained momentum, and I think they caught a lot of people by surprise, and I think that's what we did as well.
Sean, getting back to your situation that year, and every running back, every one of those alpha guys, you want the rock, right? That goes without saying. But many people might not remember this history. I do, because I'm kind of a nerd for this stuff. You left as a free agent after 1997. The team signs Robert Drummond as your replacement. And then you end up, after Winnipeg, I think you bounced to Edmonton for a bit, then came back here, and then all of a sudden you're sharing the backfield with Drummond. But how much did you guys feed off of each other as well?
I think it was very competitive.
I would say so.
Yeah, I guess that's one way to put it. And I think Drummond resented me in the backfield because, who is this guy? And why am I splitting reps with him? And I felt like, hey, I can do as good or better a job. So I feel content to stack up my performance against anybody, Robert or otherwise. So, and I get it from the coaching perspective. You're trying to keep two guys, alpha male guys happy. And how do we operate? But in the end, it did benefit both of us, I think, and it did benefit the team ultimately. And I think we both understood that. So while, of course, I want the ball more and would be happy to take Drum's reps and he would be happy to take mine, I think by having a little bit of different, it's kind of more rumble and flash type of an approach, it made it difficult for teams because you couldn't really game plan effectively. It's a version of choose your poison. And one way you're going to die. So it didn't really matter. Is it going to be the knife or the gun? You're going down either choice you made. And I think that was what helped it to be so successful.
And then flashing forward to the playoffs, we'll get into the game itself here in short order. But Jamie, or both of you guys can comment on this as well. Giving Calgary a taste of the own medicine previously, 99, Grey Cup in Vancouver. They come in here, win the Western Final, take over the locker room. We do it back right to them. And, with Wally being there at the time, and that rivalry was huge. Just the whole thing of taking over Calgary's locker room after that Western Final. How cool is that?
Well, it was a bitter taste in 99 because the Grey Cup was here. I remember that. And I think all we had to do was get a field goal to win that game to advance the Grey Cup. And we ended up fumbling the ball. Yeah, fumbling the ball. And that was the end of it. It wasn't Damon's fault. I remember the play exactly where actually Calgary ran a weird defense and someone came free. And Damon got hit from both sides, so there, you remember those things, right? You lost it in your own home, and that's whatever at the pro level, whatever you can use as motivation to give you the edge, and that was something we talked about, and we did talk about taking over Calgary's locker room because they were really our arch nemesis. They had such a great program, and they had I'm going to use the word arrogance. They had an arrogance about them even more than a confidence. And we really we despised them in that sense. We really wanted to beat them, and they'd done such a great job of trouncing us for so many years that I think that all of that impetus came into the West Final when we beat them pretty handily.
And then Jamie, getting into the actual game, we were talking right before we started recording that you were just watching some of the highlights from the 2000 Grey Cup. And it was a game that, although it was a 28-26 score, it was a game that the Lions, at least in the first half, came out kind of firing on all cylinders. And Sean, too, yourself having 60 plus rushing yards in that first quarter, right? You guys started off hot.
Yeah, I actually felt a little challenged in that game. And I felt the issues that we were going away from the running game instead of like doubling down, like it was working. Like sometimes I feel we would get too clever for our own good. It's like everybody knows it's going to happen, so we have to do something different. Not if they can't stop it. Like that's always been my problem with, pro sports. We get clever and think, oh, well, yeah, everybody in the stadium knows that the ball is going to be run up the middle right now. Yeah, but they can't stop it. So run the ball up the middle. You don't need to throw it out. I mean, that's how teams lose games. We won games because of people making those sorts of miscalculations. So we started off the game on fire, and I felt like we just kept rolling, doing what we were doing. Everything would have been fine, but we started to second guess ourselves and let them get a little bit of momentum, and instead of punching them in the mouth and keep punching them in the mouth. And yeah, it's not going to be a 10-yarder every single time, but slowly they're going to get ground down, which had happened all year. And then all of a sudden we start getting away from our game plan, and they start getting a bit of confidence. And next thing you know, you're in a shootout, which I didn't think it needed to come down to that. We could have rolled them right from Jump Street and just cruised at the end of the game to, yeah, we're winning and we're going to keep winning, and you guys aren't going to score any points. So too bad.
Jamie,
you love the attitude of a running back, and that's what, we ended up with over 200, I think it was around 260 yards of rushing in that game. John still wants to run the ball more, but he's right. Why go away from what's working? And the old lineman always wants to run the ball. So, with athletes like Millington and Drummond, and don't forget Damon Allen, that he was, I think, late into his 30s, and he was as smooth as ever, and such a smooth runner, such an incredible athlete, and so between the three of them running the ball, any defense is gonna have fits trying to figure out how to solve that. So time of possession, everything else. I think that was our secret going down the stretch there in terms of grinding teams down.
One of the most important plays of that game, you guys are both on the sideline, is after Montreal scores to make it 28-26. They go for 2 points and don't succeed in that attempt. But you guys, what are you guys' memories from watching that play on the sideline and the 2 point? And I guess the nerves probably going through your guys' head. We'll start with you, Sean.
It's a scenario where you're just kind of gnashing your teeth because you don't want to not be on the field when the game is being decided, and to sit there kind of, especially as an offense, like defenses are often in that position, but as an offense, to be sitting there on the sideline and watching them be in a position to like take the game at that point, and you're like, damn, are we going to get like our chance to get back in and do something about this? It was pretty stressful, and yeah, a lot of elation when they don't make it, and it's like our turn to can we put the cap on this deal?
Yeah, and it's funny because I did I rewatched that because there was a lot of complaining from the Alouettes about how Chuck Levy at the time had interfered with Haskins on the 2-point play that would have tied the game up. But, watching it in the rules of the time, watching it back, he jammed him within 5 yards and the guy fell down. It was a legal defensive play. And, of course, when you lose, you're always looking for reasons why. But, that same as Sean, you're sitting there, you're biting your tongue, and they struck so fast. Like, they didn't have a lot of time, but I don't know if it was Cahoon or something had the big
long one.
Touchdown.
Long catch and run, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And it was like, oh, all of a sudden they're scored and they're 2 points away. And we're like, how did this happen? Like you said, Nick, we're dominating this game. Like we could actually go into overtime here, right? Like this is crazy. There's no chance this should be happening. Fortunately, the defense held tough and we were able to win the game in regulation time.
Yeah, I wasn't feeling good, to be frank. I felt if we went into overtime, our chances of being successful were going to significantly diminish. Like the time to seal the deal was right now. And like Jamie said, the defense managed to stiffen up and, deny them. But when I saw Cahoon, I'm like, what is happening right now? This is crazy. Cannot everybody in the stadium know that we're going to Ben Cahoon? Like, double team that guy, do something, right? Like, you get that kind of level of anxiety talking, and you kind of stress out a little bit. So I was very happy to see, that play not work out, and obviously that allowed us to close it out and win the game.
Here's a brilliant nugget about the 2000 team. Never trailed in the playoffs.
Wow.
Yeah. Led wall-to-wall Grey Cup. As close as it was in Edmonton in the semifinal. I think there was a Sean Fleming field goal to tie it at the end. He missed it, and we won by 2. And then the Western Final in Calgary. Jamie, you and I were talking about this before we started. That game was never really in doubt. From Eric Carter, I think, had a pick 6 in the first half. So that's something to be proud of, never trailing.
Yeah, wow. Yeah. Go ahead, Sean. Sorry.
Yeah, wow. I didn't realize that. It's funny. You find out these things about games or your career that you didn't really appreciate at the time, because obviously I'm not sitting here pouring over the stats like you guys have the opportunity to do. So that's a very cool, little feather in your cap to realize that you always knew that there was something special about the team, but that just adds another element of, wow, this group of guys had something unique that no other team was replicating, and we were blessed to play in a situation where we were able to put it together in such a commanding fashion that allowed us to just have that sense of destiny about the whole situation.
And, Sean and I are both offensive players, so we can talk a lot about the offense, but you also have to acknowledge the defense, because at the end of the day, they're a huge part of that, right? Getting us the ball back and holding the other team to fewer little points. And, we had some great defenders there. Carl Kidd was on that team. Herman Smith and Dave Benefield coming off the edge. Mike Fletcher was an outstanding. So we had so many great players, and it was the right moment to come together as a team and play our best football.
Jamie, we were talking about this too, but when we're talking about a guy like Damon Allen under center, when he was on his game, he was as unstoppable as they come in the CFL, right? But I was thinking toward the past couple of years now, we even saw that kind of same aspect with a guy like Nathan Rourke in 2022, where when he was on, it was lights up by halftime. So, but you were saying that there's differences in the parallels between Nathan and Damon that you saw throughout your time with the Lions, right?
Yeah, when Damon was on, no one was going to beat Damon Allen. Marcus coming from that family of athletes, with Marcus being his brother, and as an athlete, he was incredible. I tell the story when he came into Edmonton, because I had a good buddy named Blake Marshall, who was a fullback that Sean would know, and they were talking about him being the next, the next superstar in Edmonton, and he came and he was 155 pounds, dripping wet. They're like, what? But the athleticism, we call him Sweet Nine. I mean, he was unbelievable. Sometimes we'd miss our block and we go, oh no, and Damon would just make the guy look foolish and run for 20 yards. And he I would say the difference where Nathan's skill, again, not playing with Nathan, but in watching him, in processing the game, reading the game, and making quick decisions, Damon was more of an athlete, using his incredible athletic ability to find space to throw the ball, to run the ball, and when he was on his game, no one could beat Damon Allen when he was on his game. When he was in the zone, he was incredible.
Well, I'll say what Jamie's far too gentlemanly of a man to say, and I'll tell Damon this to his face. I felt like Jamie's 100% correct. And I'll start with that and say that, when Damon was on fire, he was a very challenging opponent and somebody that would be very difficult to contain. The challenge for Damon was that there were too many times when he wasn't on fire. And I felt that I'll just put it this way. I remember we won against Edmonton with Damon at the helm from that exact dynamic, because he decides to throw the out instead of driving it up the middle and, burying us basically. And that allowed us to intercept the ball and come back and beat them in the last seconds of the game that they had handily in hand at that point. So
you're talking about 94, Sean. Yeah.
Charles Gordon.
Yeah.
Right. So, love Damon. He's a great guy. I'm not, but I'm going to call a spade. Like this is one of those things. And when I look at somebody like Nathan, or even VA, like VA has his kind of up and down. Obviously, I'm not in the locker room. I have no idea what anybody, what play calls or et cetera. But I observe a fluctuation in the level of play that, to me, I always worked very hard to remove that from my game. Like, I prided myself on not fumbling the ball because that's my job. You hand me the ball, like, I'm not supposed to let go of it, right? Yeah. So it's not acceptable to drop the ball. And if, from my way of looking at things, when you see that you have deficiencies in your game, it's your job to get rid of those deficiencies, not just say, well, it's fine because I did something great on some other day.
Very well said. We got to do more of this as the event gets closer. We could do stories all day. But Jamie, before we're done here, anything you want to add in terms of the ceremony itself? I'd imagine there'll be a few key figures at least extended the invitation.
Well, the first challenge is going to be tracking all these guys down.
Right. Yeah.
But which will be fun, and I'm going to enlist the help of the rest of the guys from the team as well in terms of finding some. Like I mentioned, some of them were here for one game, like a Kelly Snell, and never played for us again. And so, there was several fellows like that. So it'll be interesting to try and track the group down. But I think the fun of it will be coming back and sharing the memories and the camaraderie. And of course, we'll have an awesome celebration. This being our 70th year, bringing the 2000 Grey Cup team. So it'll add to the excitement of everything that's going on this year with hosting the Grey Cup and everything else. So it's going to be a wonderful celebration of that team. And really look forward to reconnecting with all of those characters that were part of that team.
Well, mark your calendars down again, September the 13th, very well earned. You gentlemen are both in individually. Sean inducted to the Wall of Fame in 2011 and Mr. Terrace in 2018, along with Eric Carter. That's who you went in, Jamie, just digging up in our archives. Forgot about that. Ashamed to say I forgot that you two went in together, but now that I look at it, that was a very special night as well. So it's going to be a great night. And we thank you both for taking the time here.
Awesome. Thanks for having us. Really, I look forward to seeing you in person and celebrating the victory together and our induction together.
Exactly. It's going to be a good one. Thanks, Jamie. Appreciate you, Nick, Matt. Thanks for having us.
Our pleasure.
Thanks, guys.
And it's funny, I remember I teed that question up by saying, did you and Drummond kind of support one another? Kind of, two number ones, two alpha males in the backfield. And Jamie just started laughing and Sean, and he's like, nah, not really. But it was a good clip.
Yeah, one of the rare two-person interviews we've done over the past 100 episodes now. And that was a fun one, getting them to reminisce on the 2000 Grey Cup team that's going to be getting inducted into the Wall of Fame in about a month's time.
And we'll go more recent here to wrap things up. We had an outstanding conversation with quarterback Chase Brice, including his time at Clemson with the Tigers, friendship with Trevor Lawrence, and how he's enjoying life in Canada. And on First and Now, we are thrilled to have this week's guest, someone we've been wanting to talk to more for a while. Of course, he's been here for over a year now, just after 2023 training camp. Lions quarterback Chase Brice, formerly of the Clemson Tigers. We'll talk about his time with the national champions in 2018 with some guy named Trevor Lawrence. But Chase, welcome, first of all.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks for having me.
We're gonna start from the beginning, so to speak. Back to your childhood days, growing up in
Grayson, Georgia.
Georgia, yes. When did you start playing quarterback? And, you can be honest with us. Were you always kind of that guy, the cool kid playing quarterback in Pop Warner High School, all of that?
I think I was 7 years old. I started playing second grade.
Yeah.
And immediately, they just threw me at quarterback. I was able to throw and had good eye coordination and things like that. So I think it was just, where my dad put me and just kind of stuck from there on.
And then high school, was it starting to get serious as far as college offers? What kind of offers did you have and why Clemson?
Yeah, I started all 4 years of high school, starting freshman year. Started getting recruited at the end of that year and then got my first offer after my sophomore season from Colorado State. Mike Bobo. Previously, he was at Georgia, and I grew up a big Georgia fan. But I kind of got the ball rolling from the end of that sophomore year, and things started rolling for me as far as colleges, Clemson, and different schools like that.
You, of course, talking about the national championship. And you had one carry in that game. I think it was a kneel down, right? Was it?
I didn't take a knee. We're in a 2-back set, and I predetermined I was going to pull it. The end did not crash.
Yeah.
So I was right in his teeth. So he got me for -1.
What other, besides that one, what other games with the Tigers stood out over your 2 years? 3 years, I guess it was.
Yeah. I did a redshirt year. But all were great games, obviously. We were very successful during that time. I guess most notably the one I came in versus Syracuse when I was back up that week and Trevor had gotten hurt and we had to find a way to win. And after that, I was ready for any game, if we were up big or, if anything happened.
That Syracuse game, that was your very first game ever, right, too?
I got to play a little bit versus Georgia Southern in Furman, but we were already up big. And so, but that was my first, this is a very important game. Obviously, Trevor was out and I'm in with the starters. I'm a backup. I don't really get those reps. So I had the whole second half to play.
Yeah, and it was a come from behind lead. I was watching it actually earlier today. There was a big fourth down where he hit T. Higgins. These are the kind of names you're dealing with, right? And Travis Etienne at 200 rushing in that game. So, that's when it kind of feels like you're really playing SE football then, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Guys like T. Higgins, guys up front like Dexter Lawrence, Austin Bryant, Cleveland Farrell, a lot of NFL talent on that team. Amari Rogers at receiver, just top to bottom, very talented group of guys and a lot of guys that can make you look really good too.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, Trevor Lawrence too is the big name. Going under him for your first couple of years there at Clemson. What stood out to you about Trevor? Obviously, he was a major 5-star recruit even before Clemson, but spending all that time with him, what were some of the traits you picked up? And I don't know, any funny stories you got about him too?
Yeah, Trevor's a great guy. I had the pleasure of being in his wedding. So that was just a really cool moment for me and him, honestly, because for the longest time, it just felt like me, him, and my buddy, our buddy Ben Batson and Patrick McClure. And, we were just always together, always doing things. Go over to Trevor's Barnuminium house, shoot hoops in the garage, sit, hang out, watch The Office, do a lot of low key things, get out of Clemson, go into Anderson, play a lot of golf, kind of get out of just being stuck in Clemson, which I loved it. But for him, it was a lot. Obviously a guy like him, he can't hide. And so I was a little bit more able to kind of hide and blend in with the crowd. So, but man, I've got some funny stories. We had a thing when Nacho Libre, that was our movie, and we'd always have sayings here and there during the week. During meetings, we had Dasani sparkling waters. That was our deal. So just little things, but he's a great dude, has a great family, and just been a really good friend of mine.
Obviously, if you're at his wedding too, I imagine you guys stay in touch. It's funny. There's not a direct BC Lions connection to Trevor Lawrence, but I guess there's like kind of like a football string where you're connected to him. But
it's like a tree.
There's Nathan Rourke too, right? Which is another. That was before your time.
By the way, if this gets posted or anything, Trevor needs to send me a jersey for Aaron down in the equipment room.
Like
I mailed Trevor a jersey. Yeah. To ask him to sign it and send it back. I don't know.
You mailed him a Lions jersey?
I mailed him. Aaron sent it was his personal jersey, Jaguars jersey.
Got it. Okay. Yeah.
But Aaron has Nathan's, and so he wanted to line up Trevor's next to it. And so I've been hitting Trevor up. I'm like, hey man, I sent him the return label. I need that back.
He's got that new deal too. Yeah. Should be easy. Yeah.
That's awesome for him. I'm happy for him.
You're even wearing Nathan's old number 12. So
I know.
There you go. It's more connecting dots here. Your national championship year. I want to go back to that because I think in the Cotton Bowl semifinal, you guys beat Notre Dame convincingly, right? And then you line up against Alabama at Levi's Stadium, was it, in Santa Clara?
Yeah.
Yeah. Tua, Jalen Hurts, Najee Harris, Josh Jacobs, just rattling off names here on defense. Quinnen Williams, Patrick Surtain. What was it like going into that environment against that star-studded team and beating them convincingly as well? Just what do you remember most about that day?
I remember that specifically, not a lot of people knew the national championship was being held in Santa Clara. I mean, I remember us going to In-N-Out a couple nights before the game, and you got Clemson players, Alabama players in there, and it's, we're wearing orange. They got their crimson on. Big dudes, a lot of big people, and they're like, hey, is there an event going on? Like, what is anything happening here? And we're like, yeah, I mean, biggest game of college football is happening in a couple of days. So, but leading up, like, obviously very nervous, I guess, for me being a backup. It's just a never know feeling. But also, I remember us having a really good week of preparation and really having a good beat on sticking to our plan, our script, and Coach Sweeney being the confident coach that he is, but instilling that in us and just riding the type of season and wave that we had already, been going on. And I remember our saying was like best ever, So our goal, was to go 15-0, be the best ever. And, obviously we're going to claim that. So, but yeah, like you named off a lot of great players, talented players, a lot that are still in the league. So it was a very, very fun game. Obviously the scoreboard, we handled it pretty good as a team, but we just found a rhythm and scored a lot of points. Defense played outstanding, and that was it.
Yeah, Santa Clara Levi's Stadium, not much around there.
Yeah, there wasn't.
From what I remember, there's a Six Flags amusement park and like a Sheridan hotel, and really there's a train station. The light rail goes right there. I remember that. But yeah, it's interesting you say not exactly the same as if you were playing at, say, the Superdome in New Orleans or something, right?
Absolutely.
And then, that's remarkable. That's a good little nugget. Then you transferred to Duke. Mm-hmm. What led to that?
Trevor had, my goal was to continue to play, and obviously I wanted to start. I felt like I had developed, in my 3 years at Clemson, and he still had a whole nother year. Because we lost in the 2019 national championship. I sped up my graduation process, and I talked to Coach Sweeney about it. I talked to Coach Streeter, Coach Elliott, and they were all kind of on my side. They understood why I wanted to do it. And most of all, like, I was going to be a graduate, so I felt like I'd earned that opportunity once I graduated to test the waters. And unknowingly, COVID had kind of started into that late February, March time, and I only got to take one visit. I took it to Duke. I thought it was a great opportunity for me with Coach Cutcliffe, and so it was tough because there was a lot of unknowns, but I was very optimistic about going there. I was excited about it, but things just kind of didn't work out how you planned it to.
You talk about being a graduate. My source is Wikipedia, so I hope I got this right. But
it must be huge here.
It says you have a degree in Parks, Recreation, and Tourism Management.
That's right.
Is that this a big passion, or what went into that?
It was more of a, I think after football, post football, I think I want to get into the coaching realm. It's kind of what I've leaned towards, either that or some sort of sales. But I do have a passion for coaching, and like whenever we'd have kids camps and stuff, I really enjoyed doing that. So that route I was able to get a lot of athletic leadership credits for like a coaching minor. And I could avoid the math. So I was business, and I was like, I can't do all this math, So I went into PRTM to kind of, it was more real life. We did a stocks class. We had a lot more hands-on. I got to travel, got to go on some field trips. So got to learn about facility operations and things that I felt like mattered more than looking at a book. So it was great. I really enjoyed it.
Anywhere cool you traveled then? Because I guess
we got to go to Disney World.
Oh, that's cool.
That's okay.
Yeah. So we drove down there and got to study like their facility operations, their management, leadership, and spent like a week down there. So that was pretty cool. I got to miss some summer workouts, so not too bad.
And I guess before we get up north in your journey here, Appalachian State the last 2 years, it's 21, 22, played a bunch of games there, big stats. What are some of your best memories from Appalachian State?
Appalachian State was a great 2 years. Coach Clark, Coach Barbe, Coach Ponce, met a lot of great people, some guys that I believe are going to be in my wedding one day. So it was just, notably, I think my first game was in Charlotte at where the Panthers played ECU. That was my first start. Had a really good game, and that kind of led into the rest of that season with just confidence. Came up short against Miami's a notable game as well. We had them on the ropes, should have won that one. Took us to the Sun Belt Championship and just came up short to Louisiana. Very good team, very talented with Billy Napier. And then in 2022, going down to the wire with North Carolina, missed a couple 2-point conversions. Wish I could have had those back. But then going into Kyle Field at Texas A&M and knocking them off. They were like number 6 in the nation. We had College Game Day come the next weekend to Kid Brewer and played Troy, which they were the Sun Belt champions back-to-back years. And we actually we stole a game there, won on a Hail Mary on College Game Day, and it was an awesome environment. Luke Combs was there, the whole ESPN cast. So a lot of memories there. It was a great 2 years.
So you threw that Hail Mary?
Yeah, I threw it.
I got Christian Horn, Christian Wells scored, Anderson Castle scored. Which one was it?
On the Hail Mary, it was Christian Horn. It was a tip. I threw it short of the goal line, and it was a tip, and Christian Horn came and scooped it and scored with 0 time left. So
that's got to be one of those moments, I guess, growing up that you just dream of, right?
It was insane.
You got to live it.
It was insane. Yeah, it was. The fans rushed the field. Everything. Like I go over to the sideline. Into the stadium, the bleachers, and I'm like helping people get down. They're falling, they're busting their ankles.
Did people knew that you threw the pass when they were like helping them? Do you remember that?
I think so. I think so. Just because it's
like the kicker's helping you. It's like literally the quarterback.
But in their mind, I don't think they're really. It's registering. I mean, there's probably alcohol involved. So,
that's unreal.
Potentially,
17-14 the week before. That's unreal.
It was a crazy 4 weeks because I'll just add this in here because we have some, Dev Ravenel, he played for JMU. We were up 25 on JMU the next week, and they came back and beat us at home. So it was just an up and down 4 weeks to the season.
You missed the fact too. I'm looking at the schedule here. The North Carolina game, you say you missed those a couple 2-point scores. The score was 63-61. You guys came on the wrong side of that. That's
we were up 21-7 or 28-7. Yeah, we were pretty good. It was a tough year. We were
Drake
really good.
Too, quarterback for North Carolina.
Look at that. Yeah.
Drake May, a lot of battles, a lot of good battles.
Yeah, no, a lot of names we've rattled off in the college game, and the football world truly is small. I'm always amazed at how we discover that. Your journey here to British Columbia, as mentioned, year 2 for you, pretty much your second full year. You were up here right after camp, I believe, in 23. When did that become a possibility, and how much of the CFL had you known about before you got the call?
Yeah, I would say I got word of it in January that it could be a possibility, and I always kept that in the back of my mind. Of course, I wanted to pursue my dream of NFL and have that opportunity. It didn't quite work out, and I immediately changed direction. It was like if I'm going to go play another professional league, like I would love to be outside of the United States. I mean, how cool would it be to be in British Columbia? I've heard about Vancouver, heard about the city, and I knew a little bit about the CFL. I've caught it a couple times late at night, like 10 p.m., 11 p.m. while I'm at home because I'm on East Coast. So
yeah.
Back in high school, I would catch some games, but for a period of time, I really didn't know much about it. So yeah, it's been a great transition. Honestly, I finally got my first camp earlier in May, and so I've had a really good time. I've got great mentors in VA and Jake, and so it's been really cool.
See, you had your significant other up here a couple times, right? What kind of sights in the city did you enjoy?
Last year, like we went to Stanley Park, good bit, rode tandem bikes around the park, around the waterfront. That was fun. I'm pedaling hard. So, and this year, I mean, we really like Granville, going to Granville Island, find a lot of good, the Vancouver Fish Company, right there on the water. Yep. It's really nice. I try to find good little steakhouses, good seafood restaurants, kind of hang out, eat outside. I really want to go up to, Whistler.
Yeah.
I would love to, I need my car. Yeah. I need my car up here.
Yeah. Whistler on a day like today. Whew, you want to see a nice drive.
Right.
Yeah.
Mojo was saying it was plus 40 in Kamloops today. So really? I'm sure you're kind of used to that.
Yeah.
Back
That's old hat for him. Yeah.
Yeah. But I guess you talked about this too, that this was your first training camp because you came in, I believe it was July last year.
First week of the season. So like
right
June
after
2nd.
camp.
June.
Yeah.
That's difficult though, right? Because when you get a training camp, you get the off season and kind of get the playbook and all that, right? Mm-hmm. And it's a big offense. Mm-hmm. We hear about Jordan Maxon's playbook and how big it is, right? So I guess year 2 now, you're feeling that much more comfortable.
Yeah. I mean, I think, my goal coming up here and coming into even last season was just be committed and be great where my feet are. I want to make it a career up here and so whatever it takes, honestly. But last year learning on the fly, was really tough. But getting this whole off season and getting a full camp to actually get some reps and a little bit of muscle memory. Besides just being in the backfield, going through the motions in my head and when, what they're doing up front. So, and getting 2 games in, I never had to do the whirly bird. I'd never had to do the hand motion. So a lot of like little things that people don't think about, really kind of add up for a quarterback and mentally stressed, but in a good way. Just challenging myself each week, each day. And, here we are already, going into week 6?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's flying by, but I've really enjoyed, learning and obviously still have a long way to go, but just always ready is kind of my mentality.
I guess a good transition into the learning aspect of things is I've noticed this these past couple of weeks with you, and I'm curious to your thoughts on this, but I always notice Vernon pregame. He goes out and does his like visualization or like his pregame reads by himself. You're doing that now too, right? After Vernon?
Yeah. So depends on what bus I get on, if it's the 4 o'clock or depending on the time of the game and when we get there. But
because we take 2 buses to the stadium.
Yeah, we take 2. And even the home games, I'll take like usually our ready list and I'll go through like good chunk of plays. And I honestly, I didn't know he did that until this year during the Edmonton preseason game. I saw him out there, but yeah, visualization is huge, and I want to be able to, the left or right hash and going through my reads, going through my plays, making sure my notes are right. So that's something that I found out helps me. And then I kind of got in my, same rhythm too, where I go inside and continue to look at it. And then me and VA go out about 35, 40 minutes before warmups, and we throw, and we honestly have developed a really good routine. So yeah, it's been good.
Overall, how would you describe your game, your identity? My
identity? I love to throw it. I love to sling it. So whether that's deep shots, whether that's short game, I like getting in a rhythm. So, a lot would probably say game manager, right?
Yeah.
Just take what the defense gives you. I feel like in my preseason games, that's literally what I try to do, is just take the open route, throw it to the right guy and things like that, and go through my reads, go through my progressions, and when in doubt, take off and run, because I know I can run if we need to get that. So
I was going to say, given your build,
my stature,
you see yourself like a Chris Streveler type almost.
So I feel like, yeah, I can get loose if I get a little bit, some head of steam in front of me. But my nickname is Big Country. So a lot of guys call me Big Country. It's kind of funny, but yeah, so just taking what the defense gives me, taking shots when we need to, but staying within the system. It's a great system. And I think, each week I'm becoming so much more confident in it.
You're aware there was a Big Country in Vancouver who played basketball for the Vancouver Grizzlies.
Yeah.
I see a bit of, you're not quite as tall, but I see a bit of a resemblance. Nick should look Big Country up after this, but
it rings a bell. That's about it for me.
It's a weird footnote in Vancouver sports history, the Vancouver Grizzlies overall. But so we learn something new every day.
Being from Georgia, being from the South.
And he was from Georgia or Oklahoma. I forget. He played at Oklahoma.
I don't remember where he was from.
Exactly.
I need to learn more about him, though.
Yeah.
But I did know that he played basketball.
There's a local filmmaker in town who did a documentary on him.
Okay.
Finding Big Country. So I've not actually checked it out, but I've heard good things. So some research for
something you. To do.
I guess before we wrap up here, just talk about Saskatchewan this week. Like you said earlier, it's 12-hour days minimum here prepping for opponents, right? And it takes the whole quarterback room, not just Vernon, that everyone sees kind of on game day, but it takes the whole quarterback room, right? So Saskatchewan this week, Corey Mace, big challenge, right?
Yeah, I think I'm like I said, I'm in year 2, so there's a lot that I don't know. But just listening to, Jake played there last year, but listening to Jake, listening to VA, Jordan, just talk about them, but watching them as a team, very talented, defensively, D-line, very good, secondary, very good. I think in all their spots are very talented, very sound. They do a lot of good things. So, it's going to be, and undefeated. So, I mean, that can't go unnoticed. They pulled out a win last week, did well. And so, our goal is just go in there at home, protect the house. And I know VA is going to do his thing, and the rest of us are going to be prepared as well.
Going to be a fun one indeed. Always a big crowd when Saskatchewan comes to town, and when the stakes are high like this, first place battle, there's a little extra excitement for it. The weather should be good. I'm predicting the roof will be open. If it rains, nobody blame me. I'm just making a prediction.
But I always think about that time we played Saskatchewan in 22.
Yeah, I know.
And the roof was open. It was before you were here in 22, and it rained.
It started raining in warm-ups. Yeah,
so it was wet on the field.
And does it take a lot of time to close the dome?
So I
think it's safety. Right?
It's a type of thing there. They don't open or close it. Once it's open, it's open. Once it's closed, like it's not like some of the other ones. So yeah.
So like at halftime, they couldn't be like, you know what?
But I think thankfully on this night it stopped
before
quickly.
The game. But it was definitely raining.
It was wind.
In between warm up and kickoff.
I can't remember what went into the decision to open it. It was Because it's the type of thing, if it's rain in the forecast, they won't open it more often than not. But yeah, it was just a weird thing being in
Are
there.
we at 4 o'clock?
We're at 4 o'clock.
Yeah. So also depending on that sun, I know beats down into that the visitor side end zone. That kind of bothers me a little bit too. What side, when you take the ball and things like that.
Hey,
So
it's a champagne problem for me. But even in Hamilton last week when Justin's scoring his touchdown, like Vernon's in the dark when he throws it, but Justin's in the sunlight. I hate it too. So I hear you on that. But yeah,
should be a good one. Yeah. Chase, this has been excellent. Always love taking a deep dive on guys who had extensive college careers. And it's
Clemson week.
Clemson week,
we had
yes.
Gary on yesterday.
We had Gary on the radio show. And so
GP.
There you go.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks.
Chase Brice on First and Now. Chase Brice, excellent conversation and excellent football resume. Just another one of the great guests we've had over the last 100 episodes.
And I think what that interview and it kind of embodied is that we have the opportunity to tell a lot of cool collegiate stories and football journeys to how people got here. And I think Chase's journey is right up there with anybody's in the CFL. And it's something I wish CFL teams did a bit more of. I think we do an excellent job, from written content to our podcast about
everything,
showing these journeys, right? And Chase, like I said, Chase's journey, top notch.
Top notch. Heck of a guy indeed. Hope you've enjoyed our 100th episode special. Thanks to Save On Foods again.
Time for the cupcakes.
Oh, yeah. That was good. All right. First and Now, the official BC Lions podcast. And here's to at least 100 more. God bless. Go Lions.